Oh, that's 1 o'clock. Dun dun. See how this looks. Does that look all right? I think I maybe need to zoom this one in a little bit more. We'll see. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, we're going to be learning a lot today. Spawning up at the top left, it is the Stonely Balls Necroract. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it's Team Roddy's Fiant. Team Roddy's very own. Now, my understanding... Okay, I got to be careful because listening to Twitch chat is dangerous. But it does seem like Pool First has become one... Okay, this is not listening to Twitch chat. This is my watching a laser. A laser I trust a lot more. One, Fiant does open up with a Pool First, and that is something that seems to be a lot more in vogue, a lot safer versus Terran. Because of this exact very thing, which is Reaper rushes. Also... It seems... Oh, I can double-click now. Huh. I can't... By the way, try double-clicking if you've never done it before with your offhand. It's actually surprisingly difficult. In before, this is another one of those situations where it's like, well... I'm just uber slow. I'm just the slowest human. There we go. Mute that. Cool, cool, cool. All right. This is just going to be a 2-Rax Reaper. Ooh, good scout right there. Spots the Lings. Scooting across. Nah, just you, mate. True. That makes sense. How you doing, Poriforion? Once again, we're going to be saying this all day, but this one is brought to you by Rotterdam and Rextor, each of them putting up 200 buckies for this here tournament to make it so it can't happen. This is not a Monday Night Weekly. God, it is so weird to see 30 of 40 for the timer here. Oh, grenade. Knocking this queen around. This queen taking a lot of damage. It's hurting. That is a very low HP Reaper, but it will escape. Oh, I heard something fall, and I was like, oh no, what's that? And then I look on the camera, and it is R2-D2 just askew. He's just having a tough time. But yeah, like I was saying, supposedly there's almost no larva loss on opening Pool First. Oh, losing a Reaper right there to the Slowlings with the jump in. That's painful. The new Reaper grenade indicator. I have seen something about that. There's a lot of things that are really, really nice little quality of life changes, and some things that are just strange and kind of tough to figure out, tough to look at, tough to understand what you're looking at. Necroract with a pretty late factory. It is a preference of starting up a very quick stim instead. In fact, at this point, is he even going to have the starport and medevacs done in time for stim? Stim is going to be done before that. Stim will be finishing like as the starport swaps onto the reactor. And it's still... Oh, that's a lot of deadlings. That's painful. Ah, it's only 3. That's actually less than it looked like. Fiant going up to 43 drones. Necroract staying on 2 bases for a decent bit of time. It is a 2-1-1 off of this. Old school style. Killing individual workers will be much more impactful early on. Baneling Nest coming in from Fiant. No lair just yet. Because the economy is so much lower here. I know it's a 4-worker start difference. That's not the biggest thing in the world. But it does slow you down a little bit. Every worker that dies or doesn't die does make a big difference. This is a big deal. Canceling combat shields. Nice readjustment here from Fiant. He does need to get back home with these links. Oh no, he's going to commit for the reactor as well. Okay. Going to rely on what he's got at home. Drones being sent to the base. Fiant underestimated this for real. He's going to try and save the hatchery. This was not an option. And this is going to be a lot of deadlings, a lot of dead queens. Nikarak, without combat shields, can this be a hold eventually? I don't think so. Oh, man, that's the third stim. But he's killed every single queen here. There was one alive in the main base. And the hatchery is going to fall anyways. He gets it. He gets out with 5 Marines. Outstanding attack from Nikarak. Oh, that was very, very, very effective. The bigger question right now is, am I a better observer with a broken wrist? Oh no, he didn't rebuild any tech labs. Does he not realize that he doesn't have a combat shield? Surely he does. Surely he recognizes it was canceled. Command Center going to unsupply block Nikarak just as he was getting to 74 of 74. That's pretty nice. Tanks being added in now. I know the 12-worker start is unpopular. Or sorry, the 8-worker start is unpopular for a lot of people. But there's a lot of things about it that are interesting and intriguing to me. Fiant is in a lot of trouble right now. He's trying to go up into a Spire. He's got Bane speed. No Evo chambers, though. I did check it. This is why I'm, like, hesitant of what Twitch chat says. Somebody in chat was saying that they had reduced the cost, or they had increased the cost in the Evo chamber upgrades. Playing Spire from behind is not an option, never an option. I agree. If it's Corruptors, that's kind of a different story. Oh, target fire on a couple Banes. Gets like 4 of them? 5 of them, maybe? This battle report is telling blatant lies. Add about 400 resources to what Fiant lost there. Okay, it is going to be Mutas. God, this is tough. Combat shields is very, very late. Nikarak is going to bank into the natural here. And Fiant needs to give up this base, but he also doesn't want to let these tanks get into a good position to threaten the third. Oh, that was very cute. He actually boosts away. He saw the Spire. Nikarak on the verge of victory here. He's got to avoid these Banes. Will get back behind the tanks and is able to avoid the majority of them. All 3 tanks stay alive, and that is almost certainly going to be GG. Yep. R2-D2's a little drunk. He's a little drunk today. Hey, boo boo. Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, no, Mutas are definitely not great comeback units. There is exactly one game where I remember them being a comeback unit, and that was Jaedong versus XQC? QXC? QXC, not XQC. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right, it is Nikaract in the purple. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is Team Roddy's Fiant in the yellow. Should have started double hatch with double Evo. I would even go so far as to say maybe an infestation pit. Try and get a couple of good fungals, maybe fungals where Nikaract's not paying attention, and catch up that way. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with the double Evo. 1-1, yeah, exactly. And then Infestors behind it. That's what I was thinking. We're going to see another pool first. Yeah, mutas are definitely units that are very difficult to make work when you're behind. R2 will return in Avengers Endgame. Burrow Banes. I think you get more options for play with Infestors because the Burrowed Banes, they need to run over them, right? Burrowed Banes, they are really good against a 2CC build. And that's what Nikaract was going for. I think we're going to see... So despite everyone's insistence that, you know, like the build order variety memes, blah, 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 it actually already in just the few games I've seen, and granted, part of this maybe is that we haven't figured out the meta yet and all that jazz, and maybe all roads do lead to 66 workers to start off in 3 bases regardless, but I've seen a lot of 2-base openers from basically every race. Maybe... I haven't seen as many Protoss games, admittedly. And I haven't seen that many games in general. But I've seen a fair bit of Zerg 2-base builds and a fair bit of Terran 2-base builds. Now, maybe part of that for the Terran is feeling like you have to get something done. I've also seen a good number of 2 Reaper openings from Terran. They're really trying to exploit Zerg players opening up hatch first. And... well, Fiant's not going for this. Oh, but we are going to see the Reaper finding an opening in the main. Remember that 1 drone kill is worth a lot more than it used to be if you get it at this point. Oh, drone on follow. No, that's also not ideal. Did they change something with the deceleration mechanics? Look at how fast... it's snapping. It is... do workers auto boost now? No, they don't. Why is it when it's following, it's like... look at this. It's slow deceleration. Huh. I'm interested in that. Also, I'm interested in giving Terran a try with that new load all button. Oh, baby, does that ever look slick. Drone on move command. Well, no, if it's on move command, it would stop after a while. It's on, well, I guess move command is follow command. Oh. Wow, that was a bloody Reaper death. Okay, how many? You got 4 kills. Not worth it, I don't think. Forced out a lot of lings, though, to be fair. 14 lings, but... oh, if he jumps these Hellions, that's amazing for Fiant. The front 2 lings trying to get the wraparound. One of them does get wrapped around on it. Eventually slips out, but still dies anyways. Oh, this is bad here for Nikaract. We'll save... oh, actually, every SCV... no, 1 goes down. That's still not bad. 1 SCV, 1 Marine, 1 Hellion. It could have been so much worse. But... that is a full scout. He saw the 3rd CC, right? Yeah, of course he did. He got way too far in to not see that.
A new queen has emerged.
Now, Fiant, now I feel like, yeah, this is where you throw down double Evo, maybe a 2nd gas, take a 3rd and a 4th hatch. He's already got a 3rd hatch. This is where you go turbo macro. Obviously, you still have to respect the fact that, you know, 2 medevacs And a good number of Marines are going to be on the map soon-ish, but not for a bit. Even killing just one Marine takes a lot out of this kind of a timing. What's he going to have, like 12 Marines? Well, you can get up to 15. But he does need a wall at the natural, and he doesn't have one. Hellion's actually just moving out, but they will be able to save this one SCV as they come back. Does he have enough cash for this? Oh, he starts up combat shields right away. Yeah, he will be able to get 15. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to stop at 12. Okay. So he didn't want to wait for the next set of Marine production. Prioritizing the double engineering bay. I do feel like this kind of thing is what I was hoping to see more of. The little minute decisions. When you don't have enough money for everything, each choice actually becomes more impactful. That's the benefit of lower worker starts. Oh. Now, granted, we can see that sometimes in pro games, even on the 12 worker start patch. I'm not trying to pretend like it's without flaw, you know? And that there's only benefits, but there are some benefits. Fiant is getting up towards 5 bases. It's on 63 drones, pretty damn good economy. Hellion's doing a good job of kind of just cutting down vision a little bit. Fiant hasn't seen this move out yet. There's a Ling on patrol right here, and it will... Oh. Nice. Ooh, that could be a very nice run by at the third. That's a lot of SCVs that are fully undefended. Missile turret blindly. 3 missile turrets blind. He thinks it's his mutas. And this is actually going to reinforce that it is, when it's absolutely not, which is quite funny. Lift on the third CC is actually pretty big. That means that this attack really does have to get a lot done. Now, killing a 4th base, that's a lot. Hellion's going to tank at the front. Baneling's not yet done. They do have Bane speed as soon as they pop out. Medivacs, one of them going to get targeted down. Second, oh, he didn't get the hot pickup at all. And that is a very good fight for Fiant. Despite the fact that the first bit of that went very poorly for him. Lost a lot of Lings. Getting the kill on one of those early Medivacs. Wiping out basically every single Marine. That's a lot of momentum now in the favor of the Zerg. And he's on 79 drones. It is going to be really difficult for Nikarak to prevent the macro of the Zerg from just taking over at this point. Armory is late as well, which means no continuation of the upgrades. And going to allow Fiant to basically fully catch up in the timing. And these upgrades are cheaper. They are cheaper now. Fiant going to be in position for this drop on the left side. Nikarak, unfortunately, once again, unable to get the hot pickup there. This is, what, 7? Yeah, 7 Marines. A couple of Banelings connecting. And 2-2 starts at the exact same time. That's... I mean, Fiant is just in a wonderful position at this point. Nikarak is... not going to be feeling good. This is a pretty big map, by the way. Washout. Washoutla. All right. Creep now, there's a hotkey change. I wonder how many Zerg players will actually use this change. Oh, look at that. We got the second factory in the main base here. Much safer. Nikarak, God, he is so far behind now. Fiant has a huge amount of potential to just end this game. 90 drones. 108 army supply. Doesn't have the Hydra range yet. He is on layer still. But Necract is going to need some incredible defense to hold on this game. It is go time for Fiant. Oh. Indiri? Let's see if he actually goes. This is funny. These are linked rocks, but you do have to click them each individually. They do count as separate things. Liberator's getting caught a little bit too far. Oh, actually, no. They win the fight. Never mind. They are not too far forward. They are just fine. They killed so many Hydras there. Okay, that was only 4 Hydras. Really? I thought it was more. Well, that's a big oopsie from Fiant, not having enough Hydras to clear that out. He will get pushed back, and that may allow Necract to actually finish this Planetary Fortress. 3-3 starts up for Nico. Hive is nearly done for Fiant. He is getting a 3rd Evo. Meanwhile, going to try and attack into the natural, but not going to have a good time of it. A couple of well-placed tanks. Getting some very good value. This one getting a little bit far forward. Something about too big for its britches. But it is going to be able to set up there. Fiant, 3-3-1 on the way. This is the Zerg dream to me. This is triple Evo is the Zerg dream to me. And that's where those cheaper upgrades really can make a huge difference. Wow, that was loud. That was a loud explosion on those unbuildable plates. Some of the audio might be a little bit off on some of this patch, it seems. Are there enough tanks here? Bio trying to rotate over. Necract is going to get broken on this 4th base. We'll lose that planetary. 118 lings in production. Holy moly. Jesus, Fractal. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Reminder once again that this is put on by Rotterdam and Rextor, Rexy, as he's affectionately called. So if you do want to support, head on over to Rotterdam stream. He graciously allowed me to cover this, but he did ask that, maybe since he put up 200 buckies of his own money for the prize pool, which is maybe a little bit of support coming his way. Obviously, that would be very, very helpful. Couple of Vipers here. Ghosts being added in here by Necract. Fiant's able to get that tank abduct right there. Oh, that feels good. It was good to see a tank get yoinked again. There's a lot of stuff here for Necract. He did just barely hold. Couple of Banes, though. At the tail end of that fight, getting some pretty big hits. That if they don't get those big hits, it is a pretty decent fight for Necract. As it is, Fiant is way faster to remax. Zerg feeling very swarmy indeed these days, thanks to that larva buff. Hydra Lunge is completed. I wouldn't say ghosts are useless. I would say ghosts are decent, but more so what you want is EMPs. That's where they're most valuable. Planetary Fortress once again getting taken out on the top side. Abduct's very, very handy to deal with those tanks. Resources loss is heavily in the favor of Necract, but it is not enough so far. Losing 16 SEVs and the base. Very, very tough to recover from here. Fiant is, he is just pumping units big time. Fiant trying to do a continuation attack. Not going to work so well. No Banes in this army. +2 missile nearly done. Fiant going to be on 3-2-3. Now, if he can find an opening on this right side base, get the blow up there, that would obviously be very nice. There are a couple of Nidus worms. Nidus networks, I should say. There's one getting popped down. Double Nidus. What's in here? Lurkers. Attack at the front is going to be able to break through this base. 8 SCVs going down. Meanwhile, a bunch at this base. The Nidus worm in the main base will get out, but the scan will be able to clean up those 3 lurkers that popped out. It wasn't a crazy big success on the Nidus worm. However, it did draw the army very far apart. A nice triple prong attack there from Fiant. He's got to be a little bit careful about taking the fight too far forward with those tanks in the back, but he does pick off a couple of ghosts and will be able to remax so quickly. That was probably the most successful attack out of Fiant so far in this game. Well, I mean, obviously it killed like a ton of workers. Couple of tanks, couple of ghosts, couple of hellbats, and blew up one base, forced another to lift for a little while. Nikorak still on 5 bases, but he is getting inevitably whittled down. And Fiant is just continuing to expand. No signs of stopping on this aggressive side. Hydra's lunging forward. This is going to likely be a dead base here. And by likely, I mean at this point, it's just about certain. Nikorak's just going to give it up. Little poke. Wow, more than a poke on this right side. It was a pretty big army. But it's a pretty big army on the left side as well. Adrenal glands is done. +3 missile even close to completing for the Zerg. Nikorak does have 3-1 upgrades. Zerg does feel very swarmy here. Oh, we're going to see the anti-mineral rocks being dropped. Going to kill 3 mineral patches. It's actually a very smart little move. Ooh, Viper does get taken out. There's a lot of ghosts with this army. And we will see Nikorak start to move out. He knows he's got to do something to Fiant. Fiant, Ling's going to go for a huge counterattack. And they will be able to outfight this bio quite easily. Little depot lift coming through. A couple of tanks coming back home. And all the ghosts, actually. This run by will get cleaned up. God, the music is so good. Oh, Lurkers do have their adaptive talents. 3-3 is done. Well, 3-3-3 is done for the ground. No cancel on those snipes. Oh, that was a full medevac. I think that was maybe 4 ghosts inside. Might have been a Hellbat or 2. See if we can figure it out. Yeah, three ghosts and a Marauder. Oof. Very, very expensive. And Nikorak can no longer sustain these losses. Obviously, he's been on the back foot for a while. I mean, he's on 65 SCVs. He's just had a difficult time keeping his bases up. Now, he did, of course, kill this pocket base. He's going to deny this one. But it's still so many bases for the Zerg. Orbital Command on the top side is going to likely get taken out here. No, he goes for the SCVs instead, but he will still get the Orbital. It's going to cost him a Hydra or 2, but a nice lunge out saves a few. They do take a bad angle, though, and he loses 2 or... Well, no, just 1. Fiant will lose this base, but he is going to base trade with a significant army on the other side and will most certainly take down this base. There's no saving it here for Nikorak. He's on 0 minerals. 0 minerals and 0 mining currently. Literally mining nothing. Fiant. God, there's so much Zerg. It's crazy. Bunch of drones getting saved from this top left base that did get taken out, but there's more and more bases to go for. Battle reports show what was in medevacs now. They always did. Fungal growth coming in as the last army here for Necracked, and GG is going to get called. Zerg patch looking good for Zerg. Tis true. Aye, tis true. It sure do be. NA ladder right now is crazy. It's almost 50% Zerg GM already. I mean, there are a lot of players I'm sure that have come back. A lot of players I'm sure that have come back. Mia has got the zoomies. Just find it interesting. I mean, the patch is very good for Zerg. There's no doubt about it. I don't think it's controversial in the slightest to say that. I think it'd be weird to pretend it's not. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left, it is Team Roddy's Fiant. In the yellow. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Stalny Balls, it is Necracked. In the purple. Is Steadfast Zerg GM on current season? It's an excellent question, Thorn. An excellent question. No, I'm a fake GM. I was GM before the patch, but all of a sudden we get a new patch, I break my wrist, and I'm not GM anymore? It's crazy. Was I a patch Zerg? Never mind the fact that I haven't been able to play a game in a while. But was I a patch Zerg? You think Marine Reactors Tech Labs should reduce Marine production time to keep up with Zerg and Toss? The one-armed bandit for sure. The return of Forge Jumicus, the one-armed bandit. Speaking of which, I will be covering a little bit of Home Story Cup coming up this weekend. Covering some of the group stages, no doubt. Are we going to see a 6-lane opener with this? Well, no, never mind. You can't. Actually, that's not true. He could extract or trick out 2 more. But that would get you supply blocked for a while because this hatchery is not going to be finishing soon. And that would delay the Overlord significantly. Now, we did see a 2 Reaper opening in the previous game. It's going to be another 2 Reaper opening. I don't think you want to open up 2 Reapers when your opponent is going pool first every game. Haven't played with keyboard repeat. That's cool. It's like a bridge troll. Oh, there's ones on the other side too. Nice. Always count on me to check if there's symmetry. Always count on me to do that. Very nice that he picked out the first 2 lanes. Kept those from getting around and causing a ruckus. Causing a problem. How is it possible to lose lings like this to go in the middle into Reaper? He may not be as familiar with the Reaper timings. It may be one of those things, you know, even on this map in particular. Oh, losing that Reaper is very painful. That's a big oopsie. Necracked going to be opening up with a 2-base 1-1-1. This is, I've said this before, but this is even more committed to finding damage or value with this than before. And it was already pretty committed. 3 Overlords in production. Fiant getting it a little bit supply blocked here. Always painful. The larva spread feels so weird, too. I know I've already remarked on this, but it feels so, feels so strange. Win rate in TVZ is like 10%. Yeah, it feels like it's pretty rough out there going up against Zoig. Now, if the patch gets changed and I basically never get to play a single ladder game on the, we'll call it the Busto patch, I will have this weird, funny, like, oh, hold that thought. No, we're good. I will have this weird, funny claim where I can be like, yeah, like, my MMR peak was untarnished by this. Spore Crawler's very, very late. Cloak is going to complete. There's no layer done yet. There's going to be a fair bit of damage. A reminder, you need a lot of damage to make something like this okay. Oh. Hellions, they could have gone right into the natural. Instead, they kind of look for the Zerglings, and they find them in a way that they maybe wish they hadn't. Still, that's a lot of damage. Look at the worker count right now. Nikaract is staying on 2 bases. Fiant, 15 drones in production there for a moment. Well, it is fair to say this has been successful. Larva being targeted down, that's kind of slick. Okay, we're Baneling busting. Well, he's going to get 3 depots. He's going to potentially find a lot of SCVs. Nikaract was not prepared for this. 4 SCVs go down and 3 depots. That's a decent use of the units he had already built. I think Fiant wildly comes out ahead in this. Partially, wow, significantly because of the lateness of the 3rd CC. Oh, re-cancel coming through. Oh my god. He's going to be able to keep it alive this time. Nice job. Quick fingies by the youngster Fiant. He won't be a youngster forever, but still a youngster in my eyes. Gotta be careful about this Spore. Oh, okay, I was going to say, I feel like that was in range, and it was, but he managed to get away. So important to keep those Banshees alive. 5 more drones go down. That's actually very, very good for Nikaract. Extremely good. And now this push out, this kind of 2.5 base push out, does have a lot of potential. There's no upgrades for Nikaract or for Fiant. Fiant doesn't even have the Evos. He is looking for an army crush. He's looking to blast this army. Wonder if he thinks this is still a 2-base all-in. Nikaract has done this many, many times. Nice flank with the Zerglings. Banelings to force the liftoff and the retreat. Fiant is continuing to build units. Nothing but. I mean, if this is going to be really bad for him if he doesn't. Well, hang on. He's actually mining more minerals. How is he mining so many more minerals with so few? I mean, yeah, I guess 8 of them were not really efficient. Being able to spread your workers over many bases is obviously a huge benefit. Just like Brood War. They did it. They remade Brood War. Yay. Now, obviously, as the 3rd base lands, it becomes very different. Oh, Nikaract, gotta be careful. Oh, last second hot pickup on the side. Gotta target those Banes, otherwise it's gonna be a problem. Very late to do it, and the tank doesn't get the shot off on the Banes, and as a result, all of the Baneleys connect on Marines. The medevac will unload on the right side, but with no 1-1, even now, Nikarak getting a way worse fight than he was able to get one siege tank shot on those Banes, and that's a completely different fight. One just now starting up for Fiant. He is very far behind in the upgrades. Nikarak, a little late with the armory, but it's not as much as it could have been. Overlord does get taken out. No Templar Archives all series. That's wild. Nikarak has kept the Zerg relatively small for a while, but Fiant is now starting to blow up a little bit, starting to boom. Oh, a nice patrolling Lings here. They see me patrolling. They hatin'. Nikarak getting that 4th base landed, getting up towards the additional tech lab barracks. I do wonder, with Home Story Cup coming, will anyone even be able to... Will anyone even be able to hold, like, a candle to Serral? Or is this just the freest tournament of his life? I mean, Raynor. So, the interesting thing is that for the first time in a long time, Zerg players can focus on ZVZ a lot more than they have in a long time. Like, Raynor may be able to just win matches. Serral too. A lot of the top Zergs with just, like, basically no extra prep. And just raw mechanics. And so they may be able to put a lot more focus into ZVZ than we've seen in a very, very long time. We're going to see an attack coming in with the Hydroling Bane on the 3rd base. It's a decent SCV pull. It's not quite as quick as you would want it to be. So a few of them do get kind of caught going through an unfortunate shape of the map scenario. But that was still pretty expensive for Fiant. Really, the only kills were the SCVs, actually. 8 SCVs and 3 Marines. If that's right, for that amount of units, that's still amazing for Nikarak. You're still very, very happy about that. 4th base now done. Landed. Planetary Fortress morphed. 1 Liberator on the left side is very funny. This is such an incomplete defense, but I think it's ultimately pretty fine. Final 4 will be Lambo, Laser, Serral, Raynor. I think Lambo and a Laser, yeah, maybe not. But I think Serral and Raynor seems like a pretty strong bet for the grand finals. I feel like betting anything other than a ZVZ finals feels crazy right now. But who knows? I did see Harstem doing a very interesting Blink Stalker opening versus Shino this morning that looked pretty strong. I didn't get a chance to, like, look at it in depth. But I think a lot of players are underestimating the power of the unmorphed gateways. And it'll be interesting to see how that takes shape over time. I don't think the balance is good. I'm going to preface it with that, but I don't want to, you know, harp on that forever. I mean, the race is good enough that Clem could absolutely do very well with Zerg right now. On the previous patch, you needed insane levels of understanding and tracking of resources lost and all that jazz to beat Protoss. Now, I think raw mechanics can absolutely do it. Maybe I'm overstating things, but it feels that way. Base is going to get blown up at the 5th. That was very expensive for Fiant, but he can afford this. On 94 drones. He does have to be careful. He's really far behind in resources lost. Like, I think you still want to be drawing your opponent out of position. You want to be making plays, attacking where they're not. Or attacking where they're split up. Like, Terran will still have the stronger army in a fully set up situation. Oh, look at that. We're even seeing the Nidus worms being added in just to allow drones to transfer around. Oh, big attack on the right side. Well, not that big. Huge attack through the middle. It is going to re-deny this base. Banshees will get taken out. They were alive for a very long time, but they do go down. But the base will survive. Nidus worm in the main, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lurkers are ready to pop out. There's ghosts in these here hills, in these here medevacs. They are able to deal with this. 3-3 and Adaptive Talon's now going to complete. Maybe that's why he didn't pop out with the units, with the Lurkers from before, is because Adaptive Talons wasn't yet done. Planetary Fortress going to take a lot of damage from these Lurkers, but I don't think he... Well, okay, if there's no repair, he'll get this. It is going to be a big fight. Banelings are morphing. Ghosts mostly do survive there. That was decent for Necroact. Oh, but here come the Banes. They get all the ghosts. Well, doesn't matter what patch you're on. If you get hit with Banes by the... If you get hit by the Banes with your ghosts like that, you're going to have a bad time. Fiant is on 0-3 for his Hydras. So, and Lurkers for that matter, but Hydras are the bigger one. Lurkers still do very good damage if they're in the right position, if they're hitting the right units. Hydras obviously rely a lot more on the upgrades. I mean, this is actually still decent for Necroact. Fiant's bank is basically gone. Necroact's still maxed out. There's a very strong defensive map. Tanks trying to siege up. There's no Vipers. Liberators now joining up. This is looking better and better for Necroact, actually. Fiant's fully overcommitted. Meanwhile, on the right side, Lurkers are going to get pushed away by a couple of Liberators and a tank. No Nidus in the main base. Once again, not yet. Ooh, but this could be nice with these changelings. There's one taken out. Other one, I think, is being tracked. And it goes down. One Marauder being greedy for all the kills. That is starting to look quite good, actually, for Necroact. He's got more gas in the bank. He's maxed out. He's on 134 army supply. Fiant actually doesn't have... I think he's got too many drones. Without him taking his opponent's 6 bases, I think this is a bit of a problem. We are going to see tanks with some big shots. 43 kills on this one tank. The Liberators did go down, but that's not going to win you the game. Not on its own. And Fiant is falling further and further behind in terms of the resources lost. Feels like he hasn't really won a fight for quite a bit of time. Oh, now this is quite good for Fiant. Necroact didn't realize Fiant would be still here at the top of the ramp with these Lurkers. Liberators don't... Oh, no, they do have range. Oh, that's pretty nice. Funnily enough, we've got Nikorak going crazy with the upgrades. Everything on the table here. Fiant is going to try and break through on this bottom side. Will finally blow up this base. But even now, once again, very expensive. Yeah, the focus has to be on denying the 6th base of the Terran. Oh, little Hydra lunge forward. Will find these units. Still no attack upgrades for these Hydras. Fiant is... Am I crazy? Yeah, I'm not missing anything. Fiant is, unfortunately, forgetting to upgrade these. We've got a greater Spire transition, but already 3-2 upgrades done for Nikorak with +3 armor, even decently far along. It's a quarter of the way done. Yeah, Nikorak is looking very, very strong here, despite the insanity of the Swarm. Oh, does he have enough of a spread to win this fight? Yeah, I think so. Huh, nice job. Couple of Marauders split up. Couple of medevacs stealing them. And Lurkers do melt. Fiant, unfortunately for him, has been pretty wasteful with a lot of his attacks. Obviously, he didn't have the greatest early game. Nikorak, though, still having a dig in his heels. Thors are already out, and once again, they are very well upgraded. 4 Broodlords is not going to cut it, and it's not going to come close. He's going to need like 12 to 15 Broods, even just against the 4 Thors. Not to mention the fact that you cannot cancel the snipes. So those ghosts are going to do very well here. Nico has 6 bases. He does have 6 bases now. Hey, thank you, Pori, for the tier 1 resub at 47 months. Almost 4 years. Hell yeah. Oh, getting that base would have been nice, but, well, here comes a lot of Hydra Ling. A couple of Banelings in the midst. Liberators will get taken down. There is going to be a save on the base. And now the turn comes in from Nikorak as his units show up. There are a lot of Queens with Transfuse available right here. Needs to be transfusing those Broods, but they are just melting in the face of these Thors. A lot of Hydras behind this. Oh, the fungal. Uh-oh. Okay, he does get the drop back out on these Thors. However, that means they are back in harm's way. 1, 2, 3, 4 Thors go down before the tanks can arrive to relieve them. That last-second fungal on the medevacs, saving that fight for Fiant. Tanks are unsieged here. He's leaving them unsieged on purpose. Is this just go time? Nikorak may have the perfect read on this game. He is up a little bit of army supply. Fiant is massively outmining his opponent, but is very, very poor currently. Currently is a very short time frame, though. Oh, that's a nice little backstab here. Going to find a siege tank and a Thor. Even with the +3 armor, those Thors melt to the cracklings. Hydras are not a good unit right now for Fiant, honestly. They're 0-3. Once again, they have no attack upgrades. Against the tanks, against the Thors, how much damage are they doing to Thors? They're like not... they're tickling Thors. Because Thors have 2 base armor, I believe. Is it 1 or 2? We're going to see this planetary on the right side getting taken out. That is a really nice find. Nikorak, I thought he was going to go for it. And if he had, he might have been able to win it. But as it is, he backs away. Microbial Shroud will be available on these Infestors on the pop. But it looks like he wants Neural Parasite instead. That is being researched. By the time the Neural Parasite is done, these 8 Infestors on the field will all have energy for steals. I was going to say yoinks, but that's not even close to correct. Now his bank comes into play, and it is... or not even his bank, his income. His income advantage. This is basically mech now from Nikorak. Actually, no, it is full mech. He's got medevacs, but those will still heal the Hellbats. Changelings trying to get some scouting here. Fiant retaking his bottom left base. What is the mineral patch situation? Honestly, Fiant is going to be running kind of dry pretty soon. Obviously, Nikarak is poor, but Fiant, I think, is poorer. Look at that. We actually do see... We did see for a second, I should say, Nikarak eclipsing his opponent. And as mules get dropped on this right side base, that will become a reality. But the Neural Parasite... Oh, the scan's too late. Assimilation successful. And Nikarak tapping out there. He was really close to making that work. Oh, that final fight. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker there for Nikarak. I mean, it's going to be tough for him here. But... And then he microbial shrouded the Thors that he stole. Oh, God, that's so funny. Nobody's prepared for 12 infestors. Nikarak certainly was not. Is my... is the exposure to... Is it laggy? It's hard to say. All right, it's going to be Hero Marine versus Fiant next up. Oh. Let's see what Big Gabe can do here. We're stretching every now and then yet? Yes. Yes, I am. Doing all the things. Right arm shoulder is like an inch lower. This is actually my right arm. I think part of it is how I'm like sitting kind of. Fiant won that one. Tends to droop. This one, yeah. Slope sharply downwards, the injured one. Like this one, really? Yeah, I do have to stretch it a lot more than I have been. Interesting. I wonder how much of that is... Grasping the mouse like this was weird. Made my fingies shake. It's so weird to have less strength than you're used to. Oh, yeah, I see it actually now. I see it. Yeah. Oh. I, like, can't... Yeah. Weird delay on the camera. Oh, like, compared to the audio? Oh, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. All right, we got to run a minute and a half of ads, like a quarter second behind. I can... I can mess around with things. I've been messing around with things, to be fair. What did HDR? Check, 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 check. How's that? Okay, that's actually... no, that's still slightly desynced. What about that? Is that a difference? I can't tell. I legitimately can't tell. It's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, let's get into the game. We're in this best of 3 TVZ. Hero Marine. Or Nikaract. Probably not even. Yeah. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left, it is Mousesport's Hero Marine. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Team Roddy, it's Fiant. In the yellow. We all live in a yellow submarine. Yeah, I will say the 2 Reaper opening, I think it's pretty bad, honestly, if you're going up against a player that is opening up pool first. I think if they're not, I think it's fine. But I think it's... Yeah. That, honestly, very well put, Thorn. I think that's pretty close to how I feel about things, is I'm like... I think the patch is very good for Zerg. I think Zerg needed a good patch. It might be too much, it might not be. But then also Protoss was nerfed. And I wonder if both were necessary together. I think it would have been fine to just nerf Protoss or just buff Zerg. But doing both has made ZVP pretty darn difficult. Now, I think if you just buff Zerg, then Terran is still going to struggle against Protoss. Oh, I did not think that drone was going to survive. Oh, wow. It got hit by half of the Reaper shot, but not the other half. Oh, that's so interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Good for Zerg, honestly. Yeah, and like it's legitimately not even controversial to say that. It would be controversial to say anything other than that, I think. Now, second Reaper was created by Hero Marine once again. Protoss had some buffs too, though. They did. Also, the free Chrono Boost. Free Chrono Boost? What do you mean? Oh, yes. Yeah, they get a bit more... Yeah, Chrono comes into play more effectively. They still... Yeah. No, I get that. Oh, grenade. The first one actually able to secure the kill. Can these Lings hunt down these Reapers? That would obviously be a nice little move. But Hellions show up, and they're going to make sure no damn way can they do so. Third CC is done now for Hero Marine. You start with a Chrono Boost? True. I mean, I think it's just at this point become its own thing, more so than anything. Terran, that is a huge buff. Yeah, no, there's no way around that. That's a massive buff. That is probably one of the biggest buffs we've seen disguised as a quality of life change maybe ever. Oh, both Reapers do go down. He did get 2 drones, which is pretty significant. But we've already got Fiant up at a decent worker count, so it's not like that's like one of the first 10 drones. Or even one of the first 8 drones. Like, 45 drones is still a lot. But, obviously, any damage is good damage. It is a 3cc 2-1-1. Off of 4 Hellions as opposed to 2. Am I the only one who doesn't feel like the Protoss changes are not really that bad for Protoss? I think they're really bad for a short term because they will require a lot of learning. But I think that they're nowhere near as bad as they've been shown to be or as people think they are. I think that they're exacerbated by the fact that ZVP was, to be frank, a pretty easy matchup. And I don't mean that in the sense that it's easy to beat someone like Serral. I mean that in the sense that, like, Oracles made it really, really easy to die to nothing on the old patch. And it was a very straightforward game plan what you did. Oh, Ling's going to try and get in on top of these Hellions on the third. Little bit of miss micro from Hero Marine. Actually does mean that the Lings get better surface area than they should have. And as a result, this is actually a wildly successful counterattack. Kills 9 SCVs. On the other side of the map, we're going to see a defense. Fiant actually cooking Hero Marine here a little bit. 8 more drones getting started up. He kind of needed this, though. Like, look at the worker count even now after that extraordinarily successful 30 seconds for Fiant. Like, that was as good as it could have ever been. And before the drones from Fiant finished, it was actually a worker lead. Well, it was even on workers after the damage. PVX was a pretty easy matchup. The thing is, though, in PvZ, you could do basically the same thing up to 66 drones, 66 probes, like 3 base, 6 gas every game and experience a tremendous amount of success. And it didn't have to be the same thing either. You could do Charge Lot Archon into Quick Storm. You could do Blink Stalkers into Quick Storm. You could do just about like 3 or 4 different variations on builds that would all look very similar, and they would all get you to an extremely good place in PvZ. There was a lot of ways to play PvZ off of Stargate openers, like slight variants, and you didn't need to vary your own play. It just, you had the option to. And Zerg need to defend very, very, very well to be even in a lot of situations in going into a late game that favored Protoss. So I think going from that to not just adversity, but a lot of adversity is really, really rough. Huge counterattack coming in. 19 SCVs go down on the other side of the map. 1-1 not yet done for Fiant. He does take the fight before it. Gets some decent Baneling connections. Will actually kill the tank. There's another one behind us. Transfuse. No. Transfuse. No, he doesn't have any more energy. No, he just had a little bit. But not on the one that could have saved the low HP queen. Oh, those Banelings clumping up in a big way. But still, Fiant is going to clean this up. Wow. Fiant's kind of cooking. Hero Marine had a few opportunities here, but Fiant's counterattacks, have been very good. And a couple of missed micros from Hero Marine. Minor, very minor, but I feel like we usually see a little bit crisper micro from Hero Marine. Oh, there's that load up everything command being issued, but there's not a whole lot of stuff in these medevacs. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Fiant does bait out the mines. I'm not sure how big the shots were. I think they were pretty minor, actually. Still, this will get cleaned up. There was a mine in the main base. 7 SCVs did go down once again. So many workers have died. 35 workers. Fiant is playing very clean in this second series. Honestly, I think he's playing a lot better than he played against Nicorakt. Oh, Widow mines do burrow up. Oh no, Fiant! Retarget on one of those mines. Unfortunately, there was the back mine, and he got out of range of it. That could have been a mega shot. Hydra speed is on the way. We've already got Hydra range done. 2-2 is faster for Hero Marine. He's got a 4th CC done. It's actually an orbital. Drop in the main base. God, that load all command is so nice. You can see it in action, and it is very, very beneficial. Hero Marine's not, like, Fiant's ahead in this game, for sure. I just saw something get queued up down here. Yeah, Liberators. All right. I don't think people overestimate Hero Marine, but I do think they underestimate Fiant. Sometimes, yeah. Tutu going to complete for Fiant. Oh, he's got to be careful. There is a mine there. No spores on these bases make it very difficult to deal with here. Fiant may be wanting to get very aggressive.
Our SCVs base
Does see
is
both of these mineral lines. A lot of SCVs going down at the 4th. SCVs at the 3rd, mostly getting saved. Banelings, oh, get some big hits on the Marines. There's still a couple of Banes behind this. Fiant hitting a really strong timing right now. As his 2-2 completed, Hero Marine might just get overrun. In fact, he has. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Is it controversial to say that I actually think Fiant played better than Hero Marine there? Like, I actually think he played better. Now, I'm not going to pretend like the patch, once again, didn't play a factor there. But it feels like he actually was the better player in that particular game. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Team Roddy's Fiant. In the yellow. And his opponent spawning up at the top right, it is Mousesport's Hero Marine. In the blue. Like that just felt like Fiant was ever so slightly better. And Roddy putting this cup on. Wow. Amazing. Actually, very, very much appreciated. Would be awesome if you did send a little bit of love in the direction of Rotterdam. He did put up 200 buckies for the prize pool. Graciously allowed myself to cover it. And obviously, I do appreciate that very much. Oh, we're going to see a hatch first this time. Not a given anymore in ZVT. It is a big map. 16 hatch. We'll see what the follow-up is. If it's a 2 Reaper opening against a really late pool, which it looks like it's gonna be, well, we might see why pool first is the go-to and in this particular patch. John has never won a match versus Hero Marine. He was getting close in previous games, previous series. Like there were, I think there were multiple times where he got to game 3. One map in Home Story Cup. There was one game I remember where he got battle mech'd. And that one was a tough one. We do see a little extractor trick to get this queen out a little bit faster. It is going to be a 2 Reaper opening once again. Is this just what every Terran player is going to do? Oh, getting a drone. Already so nice. I don't know exactly what you need to get against a hatch first to make it worthwhile. To open up 2 Reapers. Oh, well, oh, in this case, I actually think he should not have injected. I think he should have gone for the Reaper. He would have killed it. With that first queen. It's an audible call that is tough to make, and it feels bad if you're wrong. And I don't blame him for not going for it, but I do think those are the kind of things. It's actually a lot more difficult than it looks, too, because you got to kind of, like, you got to be very fast with grabbing the queen, getting it over to its position. It's like a very quick flick micro. It'd be the equivalent of, like... It'd be the equivalent of without rallying... yeah, let's say a Reaper. Like, Reaper pops out and you immediately cast a grenade in the right position. Reapers are really good in the matchup right now. You almost always get value. 2 Reapers just seems like a lot. Oh, I was super confused when I saw the yellow on the minimap because I thought it was white. But it's just because Fiant is wearing yellow. Yeah, like I think Nikorak played better in Game 3 of the series versus Fiant than Hero Marine did in Game 1 of this series on the same map. On Rainfall. Part of it, though, was I think Fiant played better against Hero Marine than he did against Nikorak. Like, the counterattacks were very strong. They were very well executed. Can we see the income graph? Absolutely. Absolutely. Little surge for Fiant off the hatch first. Surge back as mules come back into play. 3cc, of course, is a powerful tool. Triple mule, powerful tool. Yeehaw, you heard. We're going to see... Having 2 grenades is actually really nice in this situation. Lean counterattack does get deflected by the Hellions. Good defense this time. Hero Marine is going to be going for Banshees. Banshees, obviously, incredibly strong units. In, well, versus Zerg in particular. Oh. This base will not be able to complete. Yeah, and it's actually worse that it started. Just means he loses a couple extra minerals. Now 75 minerals again instead of whatever the weird fraction number was. 60-something. Good positioning here from Hero Marine. No transfuse was available there, so the queen does go down. Nice little poke shot with these units. Got to be careful about the spore. Would love to see Fiant actually creep the spore forward. Just a little bit. But he's not going to be doing so. And she... Oh! Queen actually drew the aggro. Hero Marine focusing on the Hellions and Reapers in the middle. We'll switch back to the hatchery, though. Oh, my God. He got a huge set of shots. 19 lings go down. This is a drastically better game here for Hero Marine. And in fact, this might be the dagger. More Hellions than lings. It's battle mech anyways. Hero Marine. Oh, he's about to get game-ending damage. Barring something crazy like a queen wall that actually saves all the drones. Damn. Still a very good sequence for Hero Marine, but could have been so much better for him and so much worse for Fiant. Those queens actually MVP right there. What did I miss in game 1? Some really, really nice counterattacks out of Fianten. But in game 2 here, we've got Hero Marine looking very comfy. Very, very, very comfy. He's got Blue Flame now done. And there's not anything that answers Blue Flame particularly well. And even as the first Cyclone shows up, 3 queens, maybe 3 queens. He's just going to fight the queen straight up, even with more of them here. Maybe not the best decision, because, well, transfuses are good. They're not light units. They've got the armor. That 1 base armor, so kind of forced back. But this is still Hero Marine's game in hand right now. Oh, so many roasted Zerglings there. And Hero Marine is going to... Well, he's going to have to cancel his 3rd CC. But he is definitely cooking. And unfortunately for Fiant, he is the one being cooked. Lanes, you can't... Even with a nice little surround, you cannot win this fight with so few units. Not like he had much other choice. He was too far behind. But Hero Marine is about to... Well, no, he's already snowballed this. He's about to win this. GG. To be honest, even before that run by, I think it's GG. It's definitely extremely difficult to recover from. Yeah, having the 4th base denied for as long as he did, it don't feel good. Yeah, he, I mean, that's a good point, Chonky Blitzer, is like, the extra larva means that he can have a few more units for counterattacks and also defense. But it was still well done. Very well done. All right, game 3. Gonna be on to Rorschach. I think this is a map that could be, like, just outstanding. This could be a great map. It's got a ton of potential. One extra larva every 76 seconds. That's not quite right, but it's around that. I'm not 100% sure. I think we're going to adjust the... I'm going to be messing with this, like, forever, potentially. Messing around with the lighting and whatnot. Do it! Spawning down on the bottom left. It is Mousesport's Hero Marine. Ooh, and look at this. You guys won't see build order variety. It's not going to happen. Spawning down on the bottom right with a very out-of-pocket build. It is Team Roddy's Fiant. This will be a very committed attack. Whatever it is going to be. Little extractor trick. Oh, worker pairing. I love it. I don't know when people started saying it's all the same and no build variety. All I could think was it's been like 4 days. Yeah, right? Not just it's been 4 days, but also... I don't know. I think as a meme it's pretty funny, but I think it's a little bit silly to pretend like Zerg getting to do early pools again isn't build order variety when they have been the race that has lacked build order diversity the most. Like there's just been no build order diversity for Zerg for a very long time, outside of like a few very specific cheeses that like Shin would do. Shin and Lambo would come up with stuff. Now we get to see, is this even viable? Maybe. This is where the double Reaper, I feel like, is probably very good. Having that second Reaper pop out. This should be a cancel on the CC. Will this even be enough, though, is the question. I'm not sure. I'm excited to learn. Overlord starts up. Fiance, oh, does save this one drone. That's very, very important. Cancel on the CC. Ling speed completes. Oh, can he save this Reaper? It is going a long way around, and it will get back up into the main. That was the only jump point. Okay. I think Hero Marine's still ahead here is the thing. But how long before Fiant catches up? Oh, man. I think the supply block actually completely ruined him. Maybe we'll take a look at the builds after this. But that supply block at 20 kept him on a very low worker count for a long time. Fiant getting a little bit baited right there by that positioning, thinking like, oh, I can surround these units. Nope. Now, this is a little bit bold from Hero Marine. He is going very far away from the safety of the cliff. Oh, but he will get away with it. One Ling right here on like hold position and you're trapped. Maybe two, but I think one Ling could potentially clog it up well enough to get this around. However, now the Hellion pops out and Hero Marine is safe. The fact that you only get one SCV worth of production for a while and one orbital is actually pretty damn impactful for something like this. Cyclone and a medevac being produced here. Fiance gonna have to be very careful. Hero Marine does see the third hatchery while being taken. Oh my god, 4 HP. It was actually 3 HP. It literally one hit. Literally one hit away. Oh, Lings. How many SCVs do they find? Even one or two would be nice. He does get one. It's the second SCV kill of the game. Reminder that there is a healing shrine on this map. Fiant building a lot of Lings right here. Gonna gear up for a bigger run by. And build some more units at home for defense. Oh. There was vision of the Lings for just a second. He got them again. But it's not until the units actually try and run by that he notices this. Good positioning on these units, but the Lings will actually cook the SCVs. 6 SCVs go down. There is a drop in the main. Queen's coming back. Where are the Lings? Oh, more than they got moved across the map for a counterattack. It's going to be Hellbats out of Hero Marine. Queen taking a lot of damage, but it's enough to force Hero Marine back. However, on the other side of the map, the counterattack is huge. Gets a massive surround on some of the Hellions and the Cyclone. And this is a Hellbat push that is going to only have 2, maybe 4 Hellbats. 3 SCVs go down. Oh, these counterattacks are starting to be a little bit wasteful. Fiant is droning out of this. He did grab another 2 SCVs, I think. 2 or 3. But he needs these Lings at home to defend. is the thing. Oh, he wants to gear up for another counterattack, it seems. How many Hellions are there on the field right now? 4, about to be 6. Only 3 of them aggressive, but there's no creep between the main and the natural and the third, and that means the Hellion Liberator, Hellbat Liberator Marine, will just go to work. Counterattack on the other side of the map. There's very little to defend against it. Oh, did he lose Hellions there? He did. 2 of them got jumped immediately. Queens having to run through, quite literally, a field of fire. Drones. Oh, no, I hate that. God, they just ran right through the Hellbats. 14 drones have fallen. Meanwhile, Lings have been cleaned up on the other side of the map. It's 2 CCs for Big Gabe, but it is Fiant who has lost so much and is still committing to a counterattack. He's building roaches now, but I think it is too little too late. Liberator from earlier. Oh my god, it's got 17 kills. How many drones did it get in the main base? Well, the answer is a lot. The answer might just be yes, actually. To how many drones did it kill? We got to go back and see. That Liberator, I think, is the MVP of this game. Fiant is not going to win this game any longer with counterattacks. And Banshees are going to be an amazing choice against the what will be all-in push out of Fiant. In fact, I think the sheer existence of Banshees, the mere existence of Banshees, is GG. Liberator is still alive, by the way, at the third. Up to 21 kills. A lot of it's larva. Fiant wins game 1. But game 2 and 3 do not go according to plan. Good drone pull this time, but yeah. A little bit too little too late. It's fair to say. I still feel like this series makes me feel like think Zerg is significantly stronger. I think Zerg is a lot more dangerous than it's been in ZVT in a long time. It does make me think, though, that maybe something from what it was, like maybe you even scale back the number again. Maybe you go from 9.5 seconds to 10. But it does make me feel like seeing Zerg have some options early game, it does feel nice. Banshees in the main base show up. We know that the game was over. You like that accent? I don't even remember what accent it was at this point. That was nearly minutes ago at this point. Yeah, I want to see the Liberator. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't, but I think we do need to see the Liberator. Oh, no, it wasn't that Liberator. It was this one. Oh, my God. It got 12 drones in the backside. Yeah, this is what won the game. Oh, God. If I had a nickel for every time... Cool. British. I'm not a full bit, but I am. I'm not a full Brit, but I am British. Who is Fiant up against now? Gerald in the loser match. Ooh. Here, Marine GG Machine. Okay. Okay. GG Machine did 2-1 Percival. But not overpowered, in my opinion. This may end up raising the debate more than anything of, like, Is it better? So let's just say that Cyril is actually just better than every other player. Just better. Like, he is just legitimately better than every other player. Is it worth it to, like, and I'm not saying that balance shouldn't be adjusted, but let's say that he has basically a 90% chance to win every tournament he enters. Is it better, now that we're here, to make it so that stretching my shoulder too. Make it so that he basically wins every game that he should, because in this scenario we're describing, he is that much better than every other player. Or is it better to cater to the pro scene and every other Zerg suffers? Like, that's... You saw the Marines Billet challenge vid with pro players? Yeah, and... Cyril, like, he tied for the best, no? That was on the previous patch. Maru can't even take a map to versus Cyril on previous patch, so imagine now. In this, no, he struggled. He absolutely did struggle. Percival just beat Railgan. Nicoract beat Mixu. He's going up against Shameless. Actually, Nicoract Shameless sounds really interesting. Ooh. Cyril is kind of Maru's natural counter. A little bit, yes and no. I do think Nicoract Shameless is a really interesting map. Really interesting matchup, but I also think Hero Marine GG Machine is really interesting. Hero Marine GG Machine is a banger? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, GG Machine just arrived, so yeah, we'll cover this one. He'll just out-mechanic you. And not just that, like, he'll out-mechanic you, he'll out-read you, he'll out... against everyone that's not Clem, he'll outspeed you. He'll out... Like, he'll out-trade you by never taking bad fights. Like, watching his game on White Rabbit... Was it White Rabbit? White Rabbit, where he traded efficiently for, like... basically the whole game, except for basically once he was in a winning position, he started, somebody said it in chat, and I think it was a pretty apt metaphor. He started throwing his wallet at his opponent, you know, like nya 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 nya. But until that point, I think he was playing Mutiling Bane and had never been more than like 500 resources lost behind his opponent up until Maru was trying to take a 6th base. At the very least, had 5 bases for sure. Am I crossing my wires here? Either way, you can watch it on YouTube. It's an insane display from Cyril. Yeah, it was damn impressive. Clement can always bring his mechanics to bear. Yeah, it's true. But Cyril has really, really broadened his horizons in terms of what he's willing to / capable of doing. Let's get a prediction rolling. GG Machine has never won a map for us here in tournament play, although I think they should be basically the same level. They've only played 4 matches. I do think in ZVT in particular, even if Zerg is overpowered, I think it's actually going to be quite easy with the larva changes to balance with maps. I think it would be with the 8-worker start. I'm not going to use that hand. With the 8-worker start and with like short map pools, I think you can very, very easily make Terran as busted as you want to in ZVT by just shortening maps. Shortening maps, good tank spots. Like, I think it becomes very, very easy to make it so that it doesn't even like where it actually feels like Terran is the broken race, you know? Even though Zerg is clearly very strong. Shouldn't Marauders map be a cheat sheet for proxy Marauder spots on current maps? That would be very funny. That's good. I like that. All right, let's get into game. Sorry about this. We did miss the first, like, 30 seconds. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right. It is Mount Sports here, Marine. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left. It is GG Machine. In the red. The unfortunate thing is that we just had the TLMC where, if anything, it feels like you had to balance the maps more so to be good maps for Zerg. Because they were balancing with the previous patch in mind. Like, you got to remember, nobody knew that the PTR was coming until, like, very shortly, I think, before it was released. And then, even then, I think only a few people actually really knew. GG Machine is going to be opening up hatch first once again. It's going to be a hatch pool. Yeah, I wonder if there is some benefit to delaying your gas instead of getting a double Reaper. Like, just barracks expanding. Or if the double Reaper is going to be just better, because then you don't have to worry about the kind of build we saw from Fiant in game number 3. I would tend to agree with that, Miro. Not necessarily that it's not broken, but more so that I think Protoss has gotten used to really not having to think in the matchup for a lot of it. If you go 13-15, you can get out a Marine right before starting the Reaper and have 50 gas for the Reaper as the Marine finishes. Oh, okay. It can definitely be both. I think it is both. I think it is both. I think simultaneously Protoss has been way too strong in the matchup. Maybe not way too strong, way too easy in the matchup, way too straightforward, and a little too strong. Or maybe a decent bit too strong. It's hard to say, because like those are words that aren't even that strong of descriptors. Oh, I didn't even think about this. The 2 Reapers means you can camp both third bases. Oh, that is very intriguing. He gets a drone kill as a result. Huh. That is not something I thought about at all, but that is really annoying to deal with. And look at that. He even drops the grenade to make sure that the drone can't get away. GG Machine just basically throwing away 2 drones early. That is no bueno. That's why 2 Reapers are good. Yeah. To be honest, I didn't even think about that. But it makes sense. I think joining the Reapers up, though, afterwards is maybe the mistake. But still, getting 2 drones early has got to feel really good. GG Machine, though. He is a fast player. Third CC nearly done for Hero Marine. Okay, a medevac coming in. Is this going to be another Hellbat play? No, it's not. It's going to be the variant of the Beyond build, as far as I can tell. I do think we're already seeing some Protoss builds start to get figured out a little bit. I think that it is going to be tough. I'm not going to pretend like Protoss is just like blah, blah, blah. It's going to be so easy for them. They just need to figure things out. I think it's still going to be tough. I want to make that very clear. And I do think probably Zerg needs to be tuned down. But a lot of things can be true at once. Good defense here from GG Machine. Shoves this medevac away. Doesn't kill any units. Hero Marine was able to save all of them, but does still get a lot of chip damage on the medevac. It was a very fast +1 Carapace here from GG Machine. He's actually got the money for double Evo, like, comfortably. Actually, what is he going for? He's on 2 gases, getting a 3rd. No second Evo, no Baneling Nest. What's the plan here? What's the play? Fast Infestors, perhaps? We will see. Hero Marine, is going to get supply blocked very soon here. Hello? He does have energy for a depot top hat. Oh my god, he's still supply blocked. Liberating the main base did get defended very nicely here. But the drop on the left is a problem. Lings will get in here. They will force this away. Liberator still not getting any kills. Oh, there we go. Finally gets a couple. God, this is a nasty position. Scan coming in here. Liberator finally gets taken out. Oh, wow. He dropped 2 depot top hats. That is quite expensive. Marine moving out with Widow Mines here. There's no combat shields, no 1-1. Okay, Widowmine shots were pretty decent, but could have been a lot worse. That was actually, I feel like, a very good fight for GG Machine. +1 Carapace is done against shieldless, upgradeless Marines. Does GG Machine just win the game right now? I think he does. Okay. Well. Aren't the top hats free? Well, energy, but... I mean, 2 mules is 450 minerals. Just started? Well, we started a bit ago, but we are going. Opportunity cost. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to make sure that I'm keeping myself balanced. I shouldn't be sitting with my legs. Like underneath myself like that. Gotta have better posture. I'll put a picture of Showtime up and it'll just be like, it'll just be his face smiling and then just like a perfectly aligned spine. Be like, yeah, inspiration. All right, here we go. Spawning up the top left. It is Mouse Sports here, Marine. And his opponent, the Stalny Balls, GG Machine. In the red. Yeah, I think that supply block at a really crucial time. That's not, that's never a good thing. That's always going to be a struggle. Cool first this time on Rainfall, the smaller map. It's also 0 worker downtime as you don't need to build depots. Yeah, it's a good point. But I think he was still supply blocked for a decent bit of time. I'm sure we will find some reason Zerg should win every game. I don't think anyone's saying necessarily that the game is balanced. But once again, I think that it's more complex than just saying Zerg OP. Six-ling opener. Gonna try and scoot around. Here is, once again, the virtue of this Double Reaper coming through. This will be a save on this CC. There should be no chance he cancels it, but it will be a delay. Can we get any SCVs? If the micro's good, the answer should be no. Oh, okay. He does change direction there, and we'll get the save. Good job from here, Marine. Sixlings is quite expensive to delay and not cancel the third seat or natural command center. But it was a decent-sized delay. Of your last 15 games, 11 of them have been versus Zerg. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want the game to get to a place where Zerg is the new Protoss, you know? I don't want ZVZ to become PvP. Big Ling Flood coming in from GG Machine here. Irene did swap into Reactor Hellion. He started out with 1. Oh. Queen going to attempt to be sniped. He might get this. He will get this. That's a big pick. Oh. Oh, here Marine is going to miss the move out. GG Machine successfully bamboozling. Even though it cost him a queen. This is going to be a very important moment. Does Hero Marine get the pullback? The answer is yes. SCVs are going to have to be pulled, though, and he's going to lose a lot of them. But it could have been so much worse if he lost those first 2 Hellions right away. 7 SCVs go down. This is actually... I mean, he's on 3 CC. That is a lot of workers to lose. But it was also a lot of Lings to commit to. Oh, these Lings giving up that GG Machine kind of juked. Oh, that's unfortunate for GG Machine. He actually had juked Hero Marine completely there. But the Lings give up the plan. And Hero Marine will be able to save this. It's a little risky to move out with these Hellions again. A bit dangerous, but he's got 2 more popping out, so it should be okay. 3cc Cloak Banshee once again. Oh, Ling's trying to get this around, but that's still a lot of fire coming their way. Literal fire. Good scout from GG Machine here. He is going to see the Banshee. Actually, where are the Banshees? Cloak. Banshees. Yeah, there is a Spore Crawler at the third. Nice kill on that Queen. Oof, bouncing it away. Getting a keel. Reaper grenades were buffed in terms of the ability to aim them, which is quite interesting. Oh, that is a lot of damage on this second Queen. He gets it again. GG Machine's in a ton of trouble here at this third base. The Hellion Banshee is actually maybe just winning the game. Roach is going to start up, but this is really, really nasty business here. Oh, no, that one... Oh, that's unfortunate. Banshee number 1 didn't get pulled back far enough. That kind of tips the scales back in favor of GG Machine. It looked like this was slowly but surely getting pushed back anyways. The Hellions were getting whittled down. Queens were joining up again, and Roaches were about to pop out. But still, that's quite a bit of damage. Killed 3 Queens, a lot of Lings, a couple drones. Obviously, if he saves that one Banshee, it is a drastically better game for him. Oh, Hellions are on the warpath. There's no Lings here. Oh, no, the Evo Chamber, he tried to build it too far forward. Drones are going to be split very nicely here. And it's a good wall. Okay, he will encase the Hellions. Fully trap them in here. 10 drones for 10 Hellions and 2 Reapers. That's actually phenomenal for GG Machine. That is a very good trade. 4th base is not fast, though. And I still think I like this for Hero Marine just fine. But that was a very good trade for GG Machine. It is going to be flat mech here. Straight up mech. Out of Hero Marine. Oh, this Banshee. Did it get any drones? We got a Ling, it looks like. Or maybe that was a scouting Ling. Battle mech to start off into heavy mech. Single armory for the moment. Cyclone's lock-on just barely got broken. Scan will find a good amount of creep here. Counterattack on the other side of the map, finding not a whole lot. Queen did go down on the right. I feel like the losses of Queens have been the big problem here for Hero Marine. Oh, rallying a tank forward. That's an oopsie. Interesting, he's going back into Cyclones after a couple rounds of tanks. Oh, wow. 3 more CCs before adding on additional factories. I mean, the 4th base makes sense, but the 5th and 6th are a little bit fast here. GG Machine is up to 82 drones. Gonna try and potentially get rolling, get moving on the other side of the map. Oh. These Hellions are going to get surrounded. They'll try and take a route out, but only one of them escapes. 4 Lings for 7 Hellions. Another good trade here for GG Machine. But I don't know if he can break through. No additional Banshees were made. There's still one alive. Oh, throws fouls. You get dodged easily. One tank will get taken out. Second one, only one vial landing on it. Baneling's got to be careful. They do get hit by a decent tank shot. Only killed 2 of them, though, I think. Maybe 3. It says 3 kills on the tank. But I think it might have already had one. I'm not sure. The Blue Flame, Hellbats, and the Cyclones, they will eventually clean this up if it sticks around for too long, but not in time to save the command center. GG Machine gets the kill. Gets the kill. Behind it, Hyperflight, Rotors, Banshees now. But he could have used those. He could have used those before. Definitely could have used those before. Hydralisk speed, though, is in production. This is looking good for GG Machine right now. After that kill on the base. Ooh. Oh. Wow. The quick fingies of the youngster, saving 4 drones right there with the Spore Crawler morphs. Very well done. Hive and a Lurker Den coming in behind this. This is where it can feel like the Zerg really takes over the game. Scan comes in, sees that the Hive is underway. Doesn't know how far along it is. Cyclones? Whoa. They're not going to be able to be everywhere at once, but it's only 1 tank, it looks like, going down for this. Just a couple of SCVs. That was a lot of units. Oh. Vials do land on 1 Cyclone on the top. Gotta be very careful with these Cyclones. They are getting, well, they got a little bit caught against the edge, but Hero Marine really wants to go for a move out. He is going before his 2-1 upgrades have finished. But it seems he wants to hit a pre-hive timing. Doesn't want to have to worry about those Vipes. God, those speed Banshees are so fast. But they, unfortunately, it did get miscontrolled. And once it got in range of the Spore, it evaporated. Marine will defend this small little lane counterattack, and he's going to kill a base on the other side. 5 Vipers currently sucking up energy. Reminder that you can't abduct tanks now, but it also works when they unsiege. 3 of them getting taken out very quickly there. This fight is going to take place entirely on creep. A couple of tanks showing up late to the party. But it's enough to push GG Machine back. Marine did complete his 2-1 upgrades in time for this, but that felt like a very good sequence for GG Machine. Vipers, I believe, are doing their consume right now. Seems like Hero Marine wants to find a kill on this base before the energy is available once again. And he will get this base. Wow, that was a lot of lock-ons. Blinding Clouds are going to be the right choice here. Abducting 2 Cyclones on the tail end as well, keeping 4 of the 5 Vipers alive and killing a ton of Hero Marine's army. Yes, GG Machine loses the base, but he barely lost any drones, and he can send them over to another base. GG Machine looking very strong in this one. Trying to go into Lurkers. Is that the right call? I feel like tempo is now firmly in favor of GG Machine. I feel like he can maybe just end the game once these Vipers consume some more energy. I think if you max out the energy on these Vipers, Hero Marine is going to have an insanely difficult time defending his 4th. This is a nice run by with the Cyclones on the right side, but if he loses these, he is still... It is not going to be worth the cost of the hatchery. Not going to be worth killing that hatchery if he loses all of these. Can he find a way out? If he does, this is an amazing move. Oh, GG Machine, he's trying to get the inside track. Hydra Lunge is available. A lot of abducts having to be used, but he will get every single Cyclone. And the Raven as well. Oh, Hero Marine trying to intercept these Vipers, going very far for this. Well, he gets away. Lurkers, meanwhile, on the left side. Hero Marine trying to get into 3 ghosts at a time. GG Machine is all over this one. Hero Marine was never able to start up his 3-2 upgrades for the mech either. Reminder that ghosts no longer have their snipe canceled, but it is a very expensive spell in terms of energy. 75 energy. There's the +3 weapons coming in now. GG Machine resecuring these bases on the right and bottom side. What is the income situation looking like? Pretty similar for the moment. Hero Marine is on 5 bases. Oh, Blinding Cloud gonna come in before the EMPs go off. Abducts on a lot of ghosts and a couple of tanks. Lurkers adding a huge amount of value in the backfield. Yeah, it is. Oh, he lunges forward and snipes the base. Meanwhile, Nidus Worm in the main. GG Machine getting an insane amount of value with this attack. And still has a really nice bank. Yeah, he is now trading efficiently, cost efficiently versus a Terran mech player. Ghosts getting taken out there, even after they took down a couple of Lurkers. The front line is exposed, and Hero Marine no longer has the army supply to defend on 2 fronts. Not with anything short of a perfect split. And even then, I don't know if that would be enough. And this was, unfortunately for him, far from a perfect split in terms of army. He will hold his center base, but already losing 23 SCVs. GG Machine's got to be a little bit careful because he's actually only on 68 drones right now. And he doesn't really have a bank. He's mining more. It's not like he's on 85 or 90 drones. There we go, 13 more drones coming in. That's pretty much what he needs. Yeah, getting up to 80 drones will be copacetic. Resources lost is still looking very good for GG Machine. Hero Marine actually has way too many ghosts, as weird as it is to say, and not enough tanks. Corrosive Vials will take down this Liberator, but not exactly quickly. He's going to lose, like, every Ravager here. Yeah. Oh, look at that. He dodged the Bile. Nice. Nice little attention to detail, even later into the game. 5 siege tanks at once. Is the party line still that ghosts were buffed in TVZ still? I have no idea. I don't know if I would say that they were nerfed heavily. If they're about even. They're very different situationally. The thing is, now they because Vipers can abduct tanks again, I feel like that's an indirect nerf to ghosts. Because now they have another role to fill. Snipe's gonna come in. Big Hellbat shots on this, but big Blinding Clouds as well. I mean, not being able to cancel Snipe is actually really, really massive. Like, it is huge. But so is increasing the supply, increasing the cost of Snipe. Like, Nidus Worms exploding out of the ground to instantly get shard. This game is settling down a little bit for a moment. It's been high octane this whole time. The last few sequences, though, have been better for Hero Marine. Oh, he's adding Liberators once again and getting the ground Carapace. Ling, Hydra, Lurker getting a burst attack on this middle base. Will take it down. Ghosts do not have a whole lot of energy. But they do get... How many Lurkers did he get there? Just 2. Yeah, it feels like it's really, really difficult to have enough Ghost energy now. I think the Ghost is just very different again. That is a lot of Zerg. GG Machine continuing to push the creep forward. Oh, we've got the always comical to see bio upgrades while going mech. Nice yoink on a tank. Fiance Fast in the background is trying to adjust Derpy so that he can sit on the couch but also be in the camera shot when that becomes relevant. What are the air upgrades? 1-0. No armor really for the mech, only +1 armor. And no air upgrades either. Obviously, Hero Marine's been super, super broke. He never retook this gas in the main base, despite it having 768 gas. That is definitely an oversight, but... And you can see, yeah, he's like pretty desperate for gas too. Obviously, it's been a very action-packed game. Oh, big lurker shots on the Ghost there. Huge hits, huge damage. Ghosts are squishy again. Oh, very weird reposition on the lurkers there. Didn't achieve much. Hero Marine will be able to take down this base. The Machine has no choice but to give it up. Oh, that's funny. GG Machine had his hatchery blocked with his Nidus Worm. And so he kills his own Nidus Worm, builds 2 more. What's the gas situation like? He just took this one gas here. Scans coming in the middle. Down in the middle. It is worth noting that there's just more resources on your bases, particularly gas. You have 500 more gas per base, up from 2250 times 2 to 2500 times 2. So 4500 to 5000. How many minerals were mined from here? Not a crazy amount, but not nothing either. It's so weird to see a full mineral patch at 1600. The fact that you mine out your bases so much more flatly than you did before feels wrong. There's only a 500 resource difference, which is indirectly kind of a... simultaneously a buff and a nerf to Terran. No, I think it's more of a nerf, actually, to the Mule. It's weird. It's weird. It's going to be a nerf to the Mule in the early game because you're going to mine out of these mineral patches that much quicker. But it also means you don't necessarily have to 79 larva, geez. You don't necessarily have to mine out the like micro your mules as much, I guess. So it makes them in the late game maybe a little bit better. I don't know. Hard to say. It is a swap into Broodlords. We've got a second Spire coming through, as well as... Oh, is he going to get +3 Carapace? Well, as well as a Neural Parasite. Meanwhile, there's the... Oh, he got +2 ground armor. Or +2 ground and air armor. Now getting 2-3 for his air. Ooh, yoinks on a couple of ghosts. Surely Abduct now cancels snipes, right? Because the unit is not there anymore. Like, it's like pulled out of position. GG Machine's lack of air upgrades will make it much more difficult to make these Broodlords work. Hydra's on the top side. Will be able to actually find a lot of units. No Planetary leaves this base very, very exposed. He actually kills quite a few Cyclones, a couple Liberators. He even got a tank there. 2 tanks. Finds another one behind this. Decent bit of snipe energy being used there, too. Oh, that one tank with a Death Wish, and, well, he gets his wish come true. I do apologize for the ads. Was not a lot I can do about it. This is a pretty long game. There's the 3-1 upgrades coming in for the air. There's a decent number of Corruptors right now. I don't know if that's really what you want. He's adding more Corruptors. I feel like, if anything, you're morphing more Broods. I think he just shot his own Creep Tumor to get a bunch of Broodlings down. That's kind of cool. There are... Yeah, there's only 2 Vikings. I really don't think you need this. I think you need more Broods, if anything. Oh, huge EMP! The Ghost cloaking up gets an EMP. There is a Fungal Growth on the other side. Parasitic Bomb is very lackluster against just 2 air units. But that EMP was cash money. Hero Marine pushing forward very, very aggressively. GG Machine trying to clean up the army of his opponent. Not going to have an easy time doing it. Base will go down. A lot of drones, and this base can also go down potentially in the top side. There are lurkers over here. Hero Marine needs to Oh, no, he doesn't need to resaturate the gas. He's actually got a ton of gas. GG Machine still pretty rich. Couple of tanks getting left behind. Only one of them actually getting cleaned up, it seems like. Oh, these lurkers on the ramp. Well, they're actually going to get very little done. Lings coming in from the back. Would have been an amazing flank if the lurkers were in the front during all this. Blinding Cloud coming through. That also would have been very good. Nice Fungal Growth Blinding Cloud. But unfortunately, not going to be enough initially. Broodlords will show up and should win this fight. Maybe. But it's going to be an expensive victory. However, on the other side, Caustic Spray coming through. GG Machine will get the full cleanup. And his bank was too damn big. Hero Marine still has his base on the left side, but does not have a whole lot of prospects besides that. GG Machine going to complete his +3 flyer attacks and his +3 Carapace. Those Corruptors were not helpful in the fight, but they're starting to find value. However, I think GG Machine was just too far ahead, perhaps. I don't know. Zerg is strong right now. There's no doubt about it. Zerg is strong. Caustic Spray going to be split between these 2 command centers on the left side. Hero Marine is down 110 supply. GG. Well done by GG Machine. He will take this one down. Oh. What do the win rates say right now? Do we know any good statistics? Honestly, I think it's so early that we really can't even look at win rates. To be fair, I've always felt like win rates don't tell a good story. They can be useful, but I think that they can also be very... They can be used very disingenuously. Now, that being said... Yeah, Zerg seems strong. Seeing the third race doing well in the weeklies and not dropping out after round 2 feels good, man. That's something that's pretty nice. That is something that's pretty nice. Christianer 2-1 to max packs. Holy crap. GG Machine Christianer are going to be the upper bracket finals. Do we drop down to the loser bracket for Hero Marine Shameless? What do we think? This one is brought to you by Rotterdam and Rextor. I honestly think most Zergs have agreed that Zerg feels very strong. Irene Shameless sounds good to you? Sounds good, sounds good. Also, we haven't actually got any TVP today. Be fine with tuning it back a bit? Yeah, no, I think it's actually... I think it's generally a good thing, but I think it's too much. Kind of similar to how energy recharge, I think, is a brilliant ability. But I think when it was 100 energy, it was insane. Like, I think it was legitimately... I think probably... Maybe, honestly, probably it was the... What was it? The 9-second larva spawn rate and the... what was the other one? 9-second spawn rate and 100 larva or 100 energy recharge. I feel like they're probably in the same boat in terms of how busted they are, maybe. Actually, no, that was so busted. Warping in 2 storms was so insane. Elite AI is a lot easier for me to beat a Zerg after the patch. Nice. Yes. Good stuff. Just like plenty of Zergs are telling me it's actually finally balanced now. Yeah, I think that's a bridge too far. What if larva spawn rate was an upgrade at Evo Chamber? Maybe 3 tiers of it? Well, the funny thing about that is that it's actually the opposite of what the intended effect was. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads real quick. Like I held up 3. Whole point is to give Zerg early options. Exactly. Exactly. So the whole point was... Yeah, like the other way around. All right, this is just a cheeky best of 1, but... I'm cool with that. What is this? Best of 1. Losers. Round of 6. So this is a money match, I believe. Winner of this makes it into top 4, which is cash money. I think for big tournaments, it's a problem. I think for smaller tournaments, I don't feel so bad that Zerg's getting a little bit of love in some of the weeklies. I'll say that. I'll say it doesn't feel bad for Zerg to just win a weekly here and there. I think that's kind of nice. Thank you very much, Rushy, for the raid. Catching me right as I was saying something incriminating, too. Perfect. Excellent. All right, here we go. Spawning down to the bottom right. It is Mousesports here, Marine. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up in the top left for the Stonely Balls. It is Shameless. In the red. I'm actually very excited to see what TVP will look like right now. Actually, happy Zergs are enjoying it again. That's part of it, too, is like... I know that this is like a weird unit of measure, and I know that it's my own personal bias, but Zerg has felt miserable to play for a long time. And that really sucks. That sucks when a third of your game's population, potentially, give or take, we'll just call it a third for argument's sake, is just not having fun. Like, that really sucks. Now, I don't think it should be at the expense of the other races, which is a lot of people's arguments about, like, why Protoss should have been / should be changed. And I think there's some validity to that. But I think it's important to make sure that it's satisfying to play all 3 races. Like, a good move should feel good. A good move shouldn't be the expectation and now you feel neutral, you know? Like, it'd be the equivalent of, yeah, like, you kill 4 drones with your early Reaper, and it's like, oh, well, now I'm even. You know, like, that feels terrible. Enjoyment of being OP can be fleeting? I think so. Oh, nice pullback on that one probity probe. Oh, this Reaper is gonna go down. That's a big pick. It's a big pick. Here, Marine could have maybe gotten out this way, but he tried to turn where there was only one jump point, and it meant he took too many extra shots. Might have been screwed anyways because of the double jump. Hope Clem does it again and plays Zerg. No, but then we can't claim we're superior than everyone else because we're the only race that you can't off-race with. Ah! Don't really think they can do a big patch before BlizzCon? I mean, I will say, even though it was a little bit poorly timed, I am happy that they're at the very least being like, yeah, we want feedback, you know? Obviously, it would have been really nice if they had listened to some of the feedback that had come through initially. But I think it's still good. Like, because there is a valid argument to be made of people not playing the PTR because they just, like, don't want to. Nice little fight here from Shameless. Finding a decent amount of value. Cyclone will get a kill on a Stalker. Good job from here, Marine, making sure that Cyclone's attack did not lock on to one of the Adepts that was about to shade. And he will be rewarded for it with a kill on another Adept. But, oh, the Cyclone is going to get jumped as it is spotted. And the Stargate opener from Shameless already finding good value. Now he's got to be careful here. Oh, nope. Okay, we're good. It is going to be another Cyclone being produced. But he scouts the Cloak Banshee. And yeah, I was going to say, you definitely build a Phoenix here. Absolutely no doubt in my mind you build a Phoenix here. Old patch, new patch, doesn't matter. You see that Cloak Banshee, you say, yeah, this is time. I will say I find the shield battery change to be a super weird one. 75 energy, regardless of where you put it, feels very fundamentally bad. I feel like that one is one of the most mind-boggling changes to me. Because, like, before it was a defender's advantage thing, and it's like, oh, that's great. It means offensive shield batteries are way less good. But defensive shield batteries are very good. Now it feels like they're just kind of throwing out the premise of it matters where you build Protoss buildings. Because now both the pylon don't matter where you put it, and also the shield battery doesn't matter where you put it. The pylon I'm okay with. Although it's obviously a huge change in general. But the shield battery I'm more confused about. Okay, let's talk about the builds, because this is actually pretty relevant. I've just been yapping this whole time. I do like the positioning here. Blink completing. It is going to be a situation where you can afford a lot of stuff on a very low gateway count once you have Warp Gate done. He doesn't need all these gates just yet. In fact, I think he's overbuilding gates at this moment. Stalkers. Okay, you're going to be able to find a couple Marines on the other side. Banshee wanting to find an opening in the natural. Will find it where the shield battery doesn't cover. Phoenix and Oracle. Oh, hello. Okay. Gets that first Banshee. Did he cancel a second Banshee? Yeah, he did. Oh, he also can't... Wow. I did not even notice he canceled Cloak. It must have been so far along. Good decision from Hero Marine, ultimately. He must have... Oh, what he did, he waited out the Revelation. Ah, okay. I think that still... The Phoenix was still worth it. Charge not yet done. Stasis Trap does get scanned. Charge moments away from completing. It'll complete at the same moment, basically, as +1 weapons. Nice playing forward. Snipes down the siege tank in the back. Widowmine being unburrowed and reburrowed quite nicely. Gets a sentry kill as a result. That's a Guardian Shield sentry, too. Warp Gate. 4 Warp Gates have been switched on. Shameless has money for the other 4. Protoss players having to do stuff during a fight, other than look directly at the fight. What is this? No, you can even hotkey them. You don't even have to look at them. Saving up the cash, perhaps, but he's got enough money to transform them. There we go. Now all 4 have been transformed. That's going to be a huge swell of Stalkers and Zealots. But in the meanwhile, here we can get some very, very good trades. Shameless getting caught a little bit here. Getting caught during the transitory period of those Warp Gates. I'm going to be honest, that might be the most satisfying thing I've seen in a long time. In the sense of, like, the Protoss got punished for that. Like, they got punished for not being able to macro during the fight. Oracle, unfortunately, getting taken out. That's not to say that I want that to happen in the sense of, like, I want Shameless to never be able to do that. But it's nice to see, like, oh, wow, there's an adjustment that needs to be made. And I have little doubt that Shameless will make it. Okay. Now this is a crazy shadow buff to Terran. Oh. Oh, he saw that, but he moved away. He would have seen it, I should say. He didn't see it. Those Widow Mines, they are going to burrow. They're going to get huge hits. Oh. Hero Marine looking very well set up here. Yeah, I think the big period in this game was that that moment at the 3rd. Shameless trying to tech up, but he doesn't have what he needs. Cannot hold. Oh, big friendly fire mines, but no kills on any units. A lot of medevac energy extinguished. It's not going to matter. Shameless will be forced to tap out. Emery moves on to the next round. Yeah, I want to take a look at the fight around the third, because Shameless, it feels like he had what he needed to deal with this. Yeah, if he transforms all these gateways, I think he's just fine. Yeah, either transforming the gateways or not transforming them at all and continuing to just rally out units. Very interesting. I think that's interesting. I think that's like this feels like what it was aiming to, like what the patch was kind of aiming to do with that particular situation. I don't know. What do you guys think? That feels interesting. That feels like it's a little bit more challenging for Protoss to deal with those kind of pushes in a mechanical way, in an execution way, which is, I think, a good thing. It is something that no one off-races as Zerg. For now, yes, but that may change. That may absolutely change. You curse Artosis, he's the one who caused the worker star change? I don't think that he is. Maybe he is, but I don't think that we can definitively say that. Who plays Terran in tournaments? Nobody. I mean, for a long time, that was true. And there's no doubt that Terran is tough to play. No doubt. But let's not pretend that Terran got nothing in this patch. Like that, the medevac change is actually one of the biggest... That's more valuable, I think, even, than the automatic warp gate transformation that Protoss got a ways back. Who was off-raced Terran in a Premier? Oh, no one. No one. Well, not in a Premier, but, I mean, Cyril's won, like, that Finnish tournament, but that doesn't count. That's Cyril basically bringing his level down to, you know, interesting. You mean the quality of life for all race? Oh, let's not pretend Galen is... No. I'm not going to let you get away with that. No. That is a massive buff to Terran. No. No. Don't do that. We're acting in good faith in this stream. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing by saying that Zerg is too strong right now. You don't get to pretend like Terran doesn't benefit the most from that. Trying to pretend like they don't is insane. It's a huge buff to ease of usage. Why is it a massive buff to Terran? Because medevac boost is much stronger in terms of being able to maneuver around and pick up all the units. They use medevacs the most. And they use drops the most. Like, it is for sure got use for Protoss, and it's for sure got use for Zerg. Absolutely. But it is a huge buff to Terran. And pretending like it's not is kind of crazy. I noticed that if you drop mules with your army, the auto repair is automatically turned on. That's like nice, but I actually don't think that's as big of a quality of life change. I think that's nice. I think that definitely simplifies things a little bit. But I don't think it's anywhere near as big as the medevac. Like, because now you can do like 6... You can do like 6 medevacs and just have them all pick up, you know? Do pros use the button? Oh, they're definitely going to. They're definitely. Yeah, I think the mule auto repair is like, it is nice, but I'm not even sure if it's an actual good quality of life change, because like it's such a small thing to be able to repair. Yeah, there we go. Shoes got the... That's actually what I was gonna display. This is why it's so good for Terran. Let's be honest, any buff your race gets is inconsequential, and any nerf your race gets is huge. We all think this way from time to time. From time to time, yeah, but I try not to do that here. But exactly, Mule Medevac, or Medevac is buff. Mule 1 is pretty inconsequential, I think. Okay, we do have to run like 3 minutes of ads, but we'll get into the loser bracket finals. That's going to be Hero Marine Max Packs. Whoa. That's going to be nice. PVT best of 1 loser bracket semifinals. Once again, huge thank you to Rotterdam and Rextor for putting this one on. And big thank you to the gents for allowing me to cover it as well. Best of 1 PVT. Max Packs versus Hero Marine. But yeah, I think it's totally fine to tell it like it is. And obviously, even trying to be as subjective as or objective as I can, there's going to be some subjectivity. Like I'm gonna feel more favorably about buffs to my race and less about buffs to other races. Oh. All right, there we go. I don't think you can pick up a mule with a medevac. I'm pretty sure you literally are unable to. I'm pretty sure, yeah, temporary units are not able to be picked up. I don't think locusts, broodlings, mules, I don't think anything can actually be picked up. All right, let's get into game here. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Mousesport's Hero Marine. And his opponent spawning up at the top right, it is Storm Gaming's Max Packs. In the red. Yes. Wait, you can wrap... Oh. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Manticore. Yeah, you absolutely can rapid fire on the minimap. Wait, can you? You can, right? That is a viable thing. Oh, that's crazy. That is a pretty huge quality. I didn't realize you could do it with rapid fire on the minimap. That's a pretty huge quality of life buff, for sure. I think the mule change is definitely bigger. Or sorry, not mule change. Mule change. No. Literally not that. I think the medevac change is bigger. But I think that is... Wow. They're so different fundamentally, but they're both so big. On the minimap, I don't think you can do that. Okay, we got to test it out after this then. We definitely have to test that out. That's too big to ignore. Because if you can do it from hotkeys via the minimap, because you could before do... the other question is it even worth it to do that? Do you just double-click to the tumor and just go from there? I mean, the thing is, if you're hotkeying everything, you can do it without looking across different pages. Like, without looking at different screens. That would be a huge buff. Like, there's no doubt. You could creep spread the entire map at once. Exactly. Exactly. That's where, without ever looking away. That actually, I will say that, that would actually kind of, it feels like, bring it more even. In terms of how much you need to look away at your screens. I'm not sure. Terran would become potentially the race where you have to look back at your base the most. Or, like, look away from your army, basically, for the most. Oh. What? Oh, wow. Nice round right there for Max Specs. It is a probe kill. And it's a decent bit of lost mining time. But getting the Reaper kill is obviously pretty nice. Adept on the other side of the map, going to be just a nuisance. I think the 2 Reaper opening, the fact that it can deny the third bases, is so good, actually, for Zerg. I didn't even think of, like, the fact that you could put a Reaper now on each base. Like, that's actually really, really nice. Yeah, I'm very interested in that too, Kindle Cloud Reader. The thing is, Protoss has to adjust the most to this patch. There is absolutely no doubt of that. They have to change their playstyles the most. The other races, not as much. Not anywhere near as much, in fact. Now, how you do move-outs, for example, with Terran versus Zerg, that might have to change a fair bit. Oh, Hero Marine really wants that Stalker. He will get the chase down, but he's going to lose vision. Oh, even though it was the same number of attacks, because the auto attack is affected by armor, and it's also different damage value for that matter, the Stalker survives. Nice move right there for Max Packs. Probably should have watched where the Adept went, but I didn't. I was focused on that. You definitely would not be spreading optimally if you're doing it via the minimap, but not having to look away from your main army is quite nice. Once again, I want to confirm that you can actually do that. Sorry, guys. Smacking my chair around a whole bunch. All right. Blink is done. MaxPax did transform 3 gates. He wants to get aggressive with Blink. 75 minerals, 75 gas extra for that. That's definitely a significant investment, but it's not a crazy amount. That's less than the cost of Ling speed, less than the cost of stim, less than the cost of combat shields, half the cost of Blink, less than the cost of charge. Like, it's a significant amount, but not an insane amount. Banshee gets 4 probes on the other side of the map, does get taken out. Meanwhile, MaxPax didn't lose anything for his harass, so I think he comes out ahead there. Second Banshee is heading towards the main base from the top side. The shield battery for MaxPax should be helpful, but it may not be done quite in time. It's going to be close. Okay, never mind. It won't be. Here Marine's not going in right away. Shield battery in every mineral line, actually. Max Pack's finding one Marine in the main base with this harass. Here Marine skirting past the main. Max Pack does have an observer and stalkers in position. Here Marine will find 2 probes nonetheless. Nicely done. Surgical strike, and he gets out. Okay, now I'm curious to see... Max Pack's supply is not going up very quickly. He added a lot of probes. Getting a Robo Bay, gets a Colossus. Yeah, I'm very curious if he is going to warp these gateways into warp gates right away. He's playing this like it's old patch. And I don't think that's the right call. I think that you... I don't think that's the right call. I'll just leave it at that. Banshee on the right side is going to be able to find maybe 1 or 2 probes. Oh, it cloaks up. The observer was late to the party. Oh, tank's not sieging up here because there is harassment on the other side. A couple of SCVs have gone down already. Here Marine, though, driving forward. There's a lot of minerals in the bank here for Max Pax. He's going to warp in 6 Zealots. Aggressive? No, defensively. But looking to flank this army. That could be a very nice maneuver. There's a couple of Widow Mines behind this. 10 probes have already fallen. Zealots not achieving anything close to what they needed to. The mines were too well set up behind this. And here Marine going to blast down the 3rd base. Oh, look at that. He even blocked the charge. Body blocked it a little bit with the Marines and Marauders. Keeping that one tank alive for as long as he could have. Max Pax is going to get taken out by Big Gabe here. Massive army supply advantage. Worker count even. 3rd CC done. And orbital nearly completed as well. Max Pack's going to try and find something with some Zealot drops. Perhaps even a Zealot warp in, but I don't think he can afford to warp in units, and I don't think he can hold a retaken 3rd base either. If he somehow can, he may be able to find a way to get back into this game. But that does not sound super promising. Extended Thermal Lance is done. Nice hot pickup micro with the tank, saving it there. Zealot's getting slowed up big time. Mostly Marauders against a Colossus and a couple of Gateway units. That's not a good time for the Proton. And here Marine. Oh, looks like he even got a Widowmine shot on this Fort Prism. And it will be forced away. Defense good from here Marine. And he has pretty much run away with this game at this point. Max Pax is down 20 workers. I'm not really sure what the game plan is here. I don't think there's anything he can do. Bow, 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 bow. Cha-cha-cha. All right. You can't use the minimap to spread creep tumors. I want to test it out. Because, yeah, that would be... If you can't, then it's nowhere near as big of a buff as... it would seem. If you can, once again, that's very strong. Only way to find that out is to test it. You just did? Ah. You just came from YouTube, where at least for me, it's still in game. Yeah, YouTube, unfortunately, just inherently, intrinsically, is a little bit behind.
We require more minerals.
Okay. So we're just going to test this out. I don't think we need to...
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
We're just testing this out. Taking a look. Does it change something for you between a viewer on YouTube or Twitch? No. Watch on whatever is best for you.
We require more minerals.
Yeah, usually I think of YouTube as usually like 4... Doesn't really matter what I do with this at this point. We're just waiting on the queen. I should have probably done the mod that lets you build stuff instantly.
We require more minerals.
Yeah, whenever I always want to test something for myself, you know.
More minerals.
This is me with a broken wrist, by the way.
Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords.
Wait, what did I just do right there? Oh, I'm accidentally right-clicking. Okay. Okay, you cannot rapid fire. No, okay. This was lies. This was lies. Look at this. Can't do that. Lies. Lies. Deception. Glad I checked that. Thank you very much on YouTube for also checking. I just wanted to check it myself as well. Oh. Imagine an auto crease spread on top of an auto larva buff. Would have been nice for some. I mean, that would have been a crazy, crazy change. Oh. What's the result of the test? You cannot use the minimap to rapid fire creep spread. I was so sure. That's why I was like, what are we... Giving that side shoulder shimmy. Exactly. Thank you for testing that, Telos. Telos 2. You cast drop metabacks on minimap all the time. You can also inject via the minimap, but it's like so insanely difficult because like yes, the hatchery is a bigger pixel, but it is like very difficult to target correctly. Super inefficient. You would always just look back at your base. I'm watching Roddy right now casting GG Machine Christianer. And Christianer is doing everything he can. He's doing everything he can to make sure GG Machine has a chance. Hope the wrist is better. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's getting better. It's getting better. Still struggling. Can you lib an area just by clicking on map? I don't think so. Why not just have high repeat rate and minimap, easy game? For injects? If you did that, it would drag all the queens to that one hatchery, if that's what you're talking about. Oh. I realize I have volume on for Roddy's stream, but you guys don't. It is all good. Yeah, you definitely would not want to siege liberators on the minimap in general. There's very few things that it's good to do minimap only, I think. But yeah, definitely make sure to show Roddy some love. GG Machine Christiana is actually kind of sick. It's actually kind of sick. $30 Ravagers XD. GG Machine is actually cooking. This is actually so sick. Oh. Wonder if he's still opening up Archon drop every game. I don't think so. He opened up Glaives this time. All right, now it is going to be Hero Marine versus GG Machine in the rematch. Kind of crazy that Christiana finds himself in the finals. Best of 3 losers finals. Getting 360 surrounded? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can minimap consume for Viper. Would you rather have 30 Ravagers or 30 Mutas? Almost always 30 Mutas. Almost always 30 Mutas. Now, 30 Mutas can be hard countered more depending on who you're up against or what you're up against. If you're up against Zerg, obviously Vipers are going to be insanely good. Phoenixes with range are going to be insanely good. But 30 Mutas is just cooler. It's just cooler to have 30 Mutas. No doubt in my mind on that one. But I'm also a bit of a scumbag, you know? I play a little scummy. But mostly that's because I don't believe in the Zerg army so often. So I'm like, well, I don't want to fight you. I'll lose. I need to do something to not fight you. And mutas are a method of doing so. Now, part of that is Zerg units being weak. Part of that is me being weak. Like, skill issue. I feel like 30 Ravagers, though, can be very fun. Like, if you're the one on the aggressive side, if you're the one dictating where the fights happen, 30 Ravagers can be really fun. Can you explain the muta change to me? I don't get it. Yes, I can explain it to you. I also don't get it. That's as much as I can explain about it. Now, I have no idea what it means. I think it means that now the bounce can go backwards as opposed to only being able to go forwards. But I'm honestly not sure. Top 3, Terran, Protoss, Zerg, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Nice. Arc Slop has more to do with the control of the muta itself. Oh, interesting. Okay. I do think Mass Ravagers is one of the least explored avenues for Zerg. You can legit, like, torture Terran players that are playing Bio with Mass Ravager. It's kind of crazy. Like, you can do some nasty, nasty stuff. It has to do with what vantage the muta has to tilt towards before it can fire. That tilt is reduced. Interesting. Gotta stretch the fingies. Very important. World Cup. World Cup. World Cup. Brazil. Wow, Japan. Okay. Anyone watching World Cup? Is that not kind of a crazy result? How good is Brazil right now? Are they good? Are they a good, like, I mean, I always assume Brazil is quite good. It's about how it can target and how the model needs to move. So, like, sometimes the media needs to turn to fire so it moves closer as a result. Okay. So it's, like, smoother. From what I heard, Japan is very good at the moment. I mean, that tracks, basically. When I turned it on, Japan was up 1-0. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually. Like, that's not expected in the slightest. Brazil is at a skill level where they lose 7-1 to Germany. To be fair, that was the finals. But also, yeah. 2-1 in 95th or something like that. Pretty big control buff. I did realize just very recently after doing some micro that hold position was actually very good for mutas as they move through bases. Obviously, it's better to, you know, control super, super well. Canada, speaking of last-minute goals, had themselves a clutch AF last-minute goal. 92 minutes into the game. Oh, that's funny. I'm looking at my restream right now, and it shows like very, very slowly. It doesn't actually keep up with the progress. Referee adding +5 extra minutes to the already extra time. That's crazy. 2 last-minute goals in the first 2 FIFA World Cup games. Cinema. Cinema. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left. It is Mousesports Hero Marine. And his opponent spawning up the top right. It's the Stolny Balls GG Machine, who earlier beat Hero Marine 2-0. Oh. Little extractor trick coming in here from GG Machine. No surprise there. Extractor trick. I believe it's after Overlord this time, though. .109 pool timing there. Gonna be paying attention to that, seeing what the standard becomes. Once again, everything's kind of a little bit up in the air right now in terms of build orders, in terms of when we do stuff. Oh, okay. As soon as they said +6 minutes, one Brazilian player was on the ground asking for medical assistance, and then they celebrated for like 2 to 3 minutes after the goal, so the extra +5 was granted. That makes sense. That makes sense. I have seen that before where just in regular play, because there was so much extra time, it was +7 minutes of extra time, and then they added an extra 1 minute of extra time just from regular friction. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Another extractor trick being used to squeeze the queen out this time. Squeeze the queen out. There's going to be 4 lings here. Are we going to have the double Reaper opening again? No. No, single Reaper this time. And that is very unfortunate for Hero Marine because GG Machine is giving him the slip. I think this is pretty interesting. This is build order variety. Unironically. No memes, it's actually variety. Oh, little oopsie there with the SCV. All the single Reapers, all the single Reapers. Oh, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, oh. Lot of disruption with just 4 lings. Oh, I think there we had a moment where we could have killed the Marine. 4 lings were like circling around it and just kind of ignored it. And if all 4 attacked, honestly, even just 3 attacking, you are going to get that Marine. But it's okay. That was still, I would say that was still very effective. Here, Marine had to pull his Reaper all the way back home. Going from being bullied to bully themselves. That was definitely a little bit of bully play. And now the worker count looks downright unpleasant for Hero Marine. Look at this. We got 4 larvae sitting in the main base. Can't even spend all them larvae right away. Wanted to go for a layer first. Ooh, second factory here coming in from Hero Marine. It's going to be Blue Flame. Going to try and take control of things very early. There is some video review. They've started that. VAR, right? Oh, both Doomers survive, and he gets the Reaper. Not a pleasant situation at all for Hero Marine to start things off. GG Machine droning decently. Oh my god, is this a reference to COVID? This whole map? Please tell me it's not. Why would they do this? Am I the weird one? Am I crazy? It is going to be a Spire out of GG Machine. But there's a lot of Blue Flame Hellions that are going to be hitting. He needs Banes. He needs Banes. He needs a crap ton of Lings. And he needs them both now. Starts up a Roach Warren, but this is not going to go well. Oh, that's a nice Evo Chamber block. If he gets another one, but he won't. These drones are cornered. Here Marine has a free hand. It's a really nice splitty on the drones. Scan comes in looking for, hey, are there more Lings hiding? I actually like that choice to just give himself more room. 16 drones going down, 18, and we're just going to see an instant GG. Well done. Well done. Yeah, there is a delay between my voice and camera. I didn't turn on the... Why is that? I wonder why that is. What? Oh. Check. Interesting. I feel like I just slightly cut it down. What happens if we do this? Check, check, check. No, it's still there. I don't know. Might be a hardware thing. Might be a software thing. I would love to learn more. I would love to know what I'm doing. Don't see any COVID traits beside the word lockdown. Might be a spaceship containment reference. Maybe. New background? Yeah. We're upgrading it. We're updating it. We're going to attach a few things. Once I get my... I ordered some more command strips. Unfortunately, some of them failed just now. Although it wasn't the command strip's fault. Anyway, spawning up the top left is Mouse Sports Hero Marine. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It's the Stalny Balls, GG Machine. In the red. I do like the idea of... Now there's a little bit of a soft rock, paper, scissors, potentially, of like, do you build 2 Reapers? Do you build 1? Does your opponent go pool first, hatch first? Do they make Lings, send them across the map? Do they not? We are going to see a pretty quick gas. This was quicker than last game. This was before the hatch. Well, okay, Kindle Cloud Reader. Just chill, man. Just chill. You can that's why I said soft rock, paper, scissors. There is strategy to rock, paper, scissors. Pretending that there's not is insane. There is a lot of mind games that go on, like, with that. It is actually... very much. Sorry if your sarcasm is too much. It's a little hot. It's a little heavy. The thing is, this is also like somewhat interesting when it doesn't decide the game, but it can be a small advantage one way or the other. Now, with the balance as it is, with the Zerg Larva as it is, it may not be enough, but it's intriguing when there's multiple options and one of them can get you a small lead or a small deficit. I think that is actually strategic variety, and that is important, and that's exactly what was missing from
Our
12 Worker Start
SCVs
Gaming.
are under attack.
And that is the intended version of the patch change. Oh, gets the kill on the Marine. That's very nice. Just barely. And that is going to force this Reaper back home. And it's a Roach Warren behind this. Here, Marine did not stick around to scout. He doesn't know what this is. This is going to be a 5 Roach play. This is, oh no, a 6th one. Okay, Extractor took out a 6th one. He cut the 2nd Queen for this. Here, Marine is going for a very quick double fact. But that is not going to do particularly well against this. Did he scout the Roach Warren? Or the Roaches?
SCV ready.
I don't think so.
Add-on complete.
The thing is, I can totally appreciate frustration, for sure. But, like... we can chill. We can chill. Change is scary. Depot top hat being dropped very early here to unsupply block and also reinforce the front. One Roach will fall. Not all of them attacking right away. It does take a while for that Roach to actually go down. This is going to be a lot of damage. Marauder is being added in. That's a nice little audible call here. Good concave with the Hellions. Only 3 SCVs go down. The Roaches are going to be overwhelmed here. I think you go after SCVs, yeah. He's going to be able to grab 7. Oh, that Mule unfortunately being sent very far away. Ugh. Did he see the 2nd factory? I actually don't think so. I don't think he did at all. He may not realize what this is. Was that worth it? I think so. I think so. Oh, this is bad, though, for GG Machine. Oh, God, the drones are all lining up. Counterattack of Hellions going to find a lot of value right out the gate. Already grabbing 6 drones, and it's going to be a hell of a lot more. GG Machine is getting cooked. Figuratively and literally. Literally cook it. He does get the save on one of these drones, but he still loses 11 in total. Blue Flame was canceled, or was not started, actually. He wanted the Megfield Accelerator. Now, GG Machine can drone back out of this, and wisely, he did drone the entire time. He built 1 Roach, and that's it. Recognizing that, well, I'm going to clean this up with Queens eventually. And building units, it's too late for them to help the initials phase. They're not going to help a whole lot on the later phase either. There's 2 things everybody hates the way things are and change. Nice. You just want peace? Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Oh, that is going to be a lot of drones being pulled away. Potentially a lot of damage coming in. Double starport behind is from Big Gabe. Wow. He is going crazy with it. All on 2 bases, no? That is going to be nasty. Finally, a 3rd CC comes down, but this is going to be a lot of speedy Cloak Banshees. Hero Marine is, going to be able to get the wall at the natural. Good positioning on this Hellion. Nice scan in the middle. Cleaned up the creep between the bases as well. Oh, wow. It does take a while longer to dissipate, doesn't it? Spreads slower, dissipates longer. That's the first time I've kind of noticed it. Don't know what to say without sarcasm. Hey, you can be sarcastic. It's just like there's like sarcasm in cynicism, you know? Roach speed is done. Ling's going to try and wrap around on the Hellions. Oh, nice grab on the Cyclones, but they get cooked nonetheless, and these Cyclones are out of here. Good job from Hero Marine avoiding what would have been a very scary and perilous round. A Sparrowless. Variety, Terran Mech, Sky Toss. Yeah, that's the thing. I also don't want that to happen either. I don't want Protoss and Terran players to be like, well, the only viable styles are Sky Toss and Mech. And because that would suck. That would honestly just suck. Hyperflight Rotor is going to be done very soon. This is a very committed GG Machine with the Roaches. He's going into Burrow and Tunneling Claws. Cloak is not yet done. He went for speed first. That will be 2 Queens dead right out the gate. And there's none more on the field. He doesn't even have a Spore at this third yet. SCV's on the other side of the map. A couple of them go down. That's very minor. Hero Marine has done it here, I think. Basically just needs to make sure he doesn't straight up die to the Tunneling Claws. And I don't see a world where Hero Marine makes a big enough mistake. Basically, the Tunneling Claws Roaches have to burrow and fully donut the Terran. Like, fully surround and kill the entire army. And then he needs to snowball the game from there. And the thing is, like, even if he does get a lot done, there's already 5, now 6 Banshees on the field. Oh, a small group of Tunneling Claws Roaches is not going to do it. It needs to be... So, okay, so he needs to get big harassment damage done and also crush the army. But Hero Marine, recognizing as he cancels the 4th with the Banshees that, well, there's not a whole lot of options for GG Machine. Tunneling Claws Roaches will be a nuisance in the main and the natural. But that alone, once again, is not enough. Nice unburrow peekaboo Roach play. Roaches and Ravagers are going to slip across the map. Well, actually, I mean, they haven't really slipped across the map. They're just going across the map. They find a tank, but there's more Banshees at home. The Banshees on the other side are going to kill a base if they are so inclined. And they will do exactly that. Yeah, you just ignore the Queens right now for sure. You can turn around and kill them after. Hero Marine has got this one all locked up. Fungal Growth, a day late and $1 short. GG will be called. Oh. I think I'm okay. Frame rate. Frame rate. Interesting. Too large for buff to Zerg. Hey, thank you very much. Mau 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 for the tier 3 resub at 50 months. Wawa weewa. Very much appreciated. We are at 88 Partner Plus points on the month. We need 12 more to try and make it happen. But those tier 3s worth 6 of those Partner Plus points. Hell yeah. They nerfed Protoss, so Cristiano buffed himself. Big Pog. Poor Iran getting 2 last-minute goals called back is heartbreaking. Zerg has been bullied bullied early game for over a decade. Turnabout is fair play. So simultaneously, because I've felt it. I've played Zerg my whole StarCraft 2 career. I think I started playing Protoss at the very, 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 very beginning of the game. For like the first, like pre-beta, pre-beta? No, pre-release, early beta. And I think my first ever win was with like so few frames on a crappy old laptop with a built-in yeah, a decade might be a little overstating it. Probably like 7 years though. I'm just reading a YouTube comment. Sorry, a built-in integrated graphics card. And it was, I had 34 APM. And it was on Lost Temple. And I won the game with a Void Ray, I think on the other side of the map, and then also made a Void Ray at home. And like held a Roach Ling counter all in. And the guy was so mad. 2019, like the strongest year for Zerg? I mean, however you want to put it. Like after the patch after that one. When was the patch after the Immortal Swarm hosts? Because yeah, no, for sure, Zerg was incredibly busted at that point. You just got 6 pulled in your first ever game? Nice. When did I try Terran? I don't think I ever really tried Terran. I don't think I was super interested. Not sure why. Funnily enough, I probably would have stuck with Protoss, but at the very beginning of the game, like the very inception, I was like, I can't really deal with Zerglings. I was like too slow. So I was like, all right. I was tricked into playing Zerg after playing the campaign. Zerg production is by far the easiest without needing to inject. Oh boy, little did I know. Yep, that's that is true. That is true. All right, let's somebody's asking for the bracket on YouTube. We'll link that up. Classic. The classic. The headliner. How you doing, Lithnos MD? Good to see you. All right, we are going to run 3 minutes of ads. Expect that inject deters a lot of casual players from Zerg like me. I think it's pretty tough. I think it can be pretty tough. There's a lot of chores with Zerg that are tough and feel somewhat unrewarding in a lot of ways. Yeah, I wonder what this does feel a little bit painful on my shoulder. We've also seen what happens if you take those chores away. Yes, that was a very bad time at the very beginning of Legacy of the Void when they made auto-inject. Holy crap, what a terrible idea that was. That was bad. That was really, really bad. The thing is, I would have been more okay with that if they had, like, nerfed the race in other ways. And, like, basically made it a more control-based race. Like, remove some of the macro mechanics and increase some of the micro requirements for other stuff. But then it kind of loses its identity anyways. So I'm glad that they didn't do that. All right, here we go. Christiana coming from the winner's bracket. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Mouse Sports, Hero Marine. In the blue. And his opponent with a very early probe out onto the map. It's Onside Gaming's Christiana. Might be thinking about proxy gates. That's pretty interesting. Move the fingies. Yeah, we got to move the fingies. Oh. I will be right back, chat. I'm just going to take care of a couple things. Going to mute the mic real quick. All right, so this is a full send on this one. Proxying the Cybercore and everything. No pylon. We need a pylon. We need a pylon. Hello? Oh my god, please build a pylon. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. Hero Marine is going to be going one Rax expand. It is... Oh, he hides the SCV. Christiana doesn't yet know what is going on. Where does the Reaper go? Okay, straight across the map. Christiana, double chrono on these first two Stalkers. These will hit the field in a hurry. This looks like it just might actually be game over. There's no factory on the field. I think this is just game over. I think this is straight up GG. Bunker needs to start this moment. This instant. Now, hang on. The Reaper is going to find a lot of value on the other side of the map. This is so committed from Christiana. But this is what... Oh, my God. Zealot, hello? So weird. Was that on shift attack? Like, shift command? SCVs are going to get murked. Shield battery just now completing 5 probes going down in total. Hero Marine can lose so much and be just fine. Because of the lateness of this. The depot top hat, very handy here. Stalker count is going to be 4, though, and there is nothing to deal with that. Bunker will just barely complete, but he needs to kill this super depot. Oh, he was late to pull back that Stalker, but he does get it away. However, it still gets sniped down. The 4th Stalker will show up. 15 SCVs have fallen. This is still playable for Hero Marine. Crazy as it sounds, but losing the Super Depot, that hurts. And because he dropped that, he didn't have a mule. Oh, maybe this isn't playable. Christiana just going to drive right by. And that needed to not happen. Oh, won't even be able to get this round with the SCVs. He does get a couple of the Stalkers. You know what? This was an overextension. This was a huge overextension from Christianer. But he can find, all 3 wounded SCVs. Okay, now... Well, is it playable any longer? I don't really think so. There's no recall available. There's no Nexus. This is really close, actually. Hero Marine might be able to kill this, and that's all the production. Reaper on the other side of the map does survive again. Oh my god, is this... Did Christianer throw the game by actually running past? Oh, that line of sight blocker saving this Stalker is huge. Oh, wow. This is so interesting. Shield battery can be energy overcharged here. Oh, he does not want to lose this Reaper, but it will go down. However... Oh my god, Warp Gate, no Chrono! He could have Chronoed it! He could have Chronoed it and it would have finished! Oh, no! Christianer has 0 production, and he has 0 access to production for at least a bit of time. Cybercore not being targeted down is a big mistake, because these gateways may actually be able to now, well, one of them may actually be able to build like a Stalker. Christianer, even killing a single SCV right now is big, and he's going to get 2. Oh, is he? He could have. He will still get it. That is really expensive, but he is going to be able to recall. It's weird to say it, but HP on Stalkers is actually a huge commodity at this point. He did not start a Stalker, by the way. Nor did he build additional shield batteries, nor does he have a pylon at the natural, and he doesn't... The fact that he didn't get Chrono on Warp Gate is huge. Absolutely massive. If that had... Thank you. If that had finished, he could have already had 2 Zealots out by now. You know? He's got 556 gas, by the way. Way more gas than he could ever use at this point. Oh, this is actually so cool. This is a very, very cool situation. The lack of Chrono is brutal. Two more Stalkers are going to pop out. Nexus falls. Hero Marine back up to 17 SCVs. He should not be pushing in. He should see those Stalkers. Oh, man. He could have had a HUD start on retreating. Christianer needs to chase this army down. There's no question. 0 question. But getting back up to the high ground is big for Hero Marine. Even just 2 more Marines joining up is actually quite nice as well. Hero Marine should not be stalling, though. Like, it's scary because you don't know where the Protoss army is. But he needs to sneak back home. Hero Marine did complete the command center on the low ground, too, which is big. Cyclone does get jumped. Will go down, but it takes a Stalker down with it, and that is enough to get the rest of the army back home. Oh, even gets an additional Stalker kill. That's huge. Hero Marine is going to survive. Christianer going for a DT Shrine now is kind of crazy. Yeah, Hero Marine's definitely winning after getting back home with the majority of his units. But he just now builds a starport. However, it is going to be able to go right into a Raven if he is so inclined. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Did he scan? No, he knows that his opponent has to be going for something crazy. Cancels the siege tank. Very smart decision to get that Raven out first. And this is pretty much too much. There is Blink. Blink is just about done. And he will be able to blink into the main base if he's so inclined. This is actually such a cool game right now. This is actually super, super cool. So scrappy, so knife's edge. Every unit mattering. Hallucination gonna come in here. The fact that there's a wall at the front is so handy-dandy for Hero Marine. Handy-dandy. This is not a great map for Blink. He will two-shot stim. And the Stalker's only taking shield damage. Oh, Blink forward finds a tank. Lifting the starport. Gonna get it out of harm's way. DT will be able to blast through the depot. He blinks to the low ground, finding the siege tank there. Christiana's still on one base, though. And this has not yet gotten anything close to what it needed to. Second DT also going down. Sentry, no! That's the last of your hallucinations. And that is going to be GG. Surely. Yeah, there it is. Hero Marine survives. Well done. It looked like not a bad move on paper at the time, but that dive into the main base with all of those Stalkers ended up being a little bit too much. What's that? Is that in the background? Fiance fast. Very, very cute. Being able to cripple production is a very big deal. It is. It is. Once again, I really feel like the loss of Warp Gate, even though you don't get, to swap your Warp Gates right away, just the speed with which you would have been able to produce off of additional gateways at home after that, I think he can hold the Nexus and be in a playable position, even with the dive into the main base. But I do think the better decision would have been to just chill. When he knocked his opponent down to, what was it? 7 or 8 SCVs? 16 probes to 8 SCVs? 1 base to 1? Or was it... No, it was more. It was like 20 probes to 10. Am I crazy? I have to go back. And look at it to be sure. But that was pretty neat. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top left. It is Mousesport's Hero Marine. In the blue with a super clutch turnaround. Really well done. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is Onside Gaming's Christiana. In the red. Okay, yeah, it was 20 to 10 at one point. Yeah. No, that's definitely a situation where you don't need to kill more. Why is it only Hero Marine versus whoever? That's just how it's been today. That's just how the games have kind of worked out. Reminder that, yes, Hero Marine did come from the loser bracket, so he has to win 2 best of 3s. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. What the best way to compensate the player from the winner's bracket is. And I'm really not a fan of the full bracket reset. I think the extended series is the only way to go about it. I genuinely really do. Not my paddock, not my pony. And the thing is, if the players haven't played before, the extended series could favor the player from the loser bracket significantly. It's so funny because it was at the beginning of MLG. People clowned on extended series as like this really dumb thing. And I think in most cases it was. But I think in the grand finals, instead of a bracket reset, I think it's a really great thing. You prefer map picks for winner? I would be okay with that. I would be okay with winner's bracket getting both vetoes, for example. Or... And I thought of this, actually. They get both vetoes, and if you want to go one further, they're allowed to pick a map from a, like, previous map pool or something, or two map pools ago. All right. Did that Reaper kill anything? I was yapping. Nope, it didn't. Got defended, no problem. 2 additional gateways. Oh, and a chrono boost. Okay. Yeah, we're okay. Well, the Max Max 3 gate. I sleep. The Christianer 3 gate. Real shit. God, those warp gates were so loud. Both vetoes map pick 1-0 lead. That would be... That's too much. That's too much, in my opinion. Maybe? I don't know. That's a lot. That's a huge amount. Bunker not yet done. Cyclone... not having a good time here. This is actually working out very, very well for Christianer. Oh my god, he's getting so much damage. Cyclone is going to get jumped here. He's going to lose that bad boy. 1 HP, it survives. Ooh, Christianer diving into the main base. This might be a mistake. He's not going to necessarily go for it again. It does go down the Cyclone. Siege tank. Oh no, he can't reclose the wall. Not without pulling the SCVs to the low ground. 10 workers go down. And Christianer is cooking with gas. And he is going to dive the tank, and he's going to kill the tank. And he is going to take game number 2. Damn. Damn, Daniel. So, okay. In my perfect system, it's a very context-based situation. So, in the situation where it's a bracket it's an extended series, if the player that knocked you to the loser's bracket is not the same player that you face in the grand finals, then let's say you win the first series 4-2. I think you should carry that advantage, and it literally just extends the series. Or if you want to do a best of 5 and you win 3-1, it turns into a best of 9 where you're now winning 3-1. I think that's the best way to do it. It's complex. I'm not going to pretend it's not. But we're not idiots. We play one of the hardest video games out there. And 66% of us can even read. Oh my god. I couldn't resist. Yeah, that's the thing. You're never going to make people happy. Unfortunately. More and more it makes me feel like group stage into... either group stage or double elimination bracket qualifier into a round of 8 single elim is actually a really good system. It's actually way better. So if I only watch, don't play, I may still be an idiot. No, you're the greatest champion of all. You've got no horse in this race. Or all 3. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Mao Sports Hero Marine. God, I love Blackrock so much. It's such a pretty map. Spawning up the top right of Blackrock, it is Onside Gaming's Christianer. In the red. Cha-cha-cha. Not my stable, not my stallion. Did you do Not My Monkeys, Not My Circus? That's a good one. That's one I learned from a coworker. It's not compensation. Upper bracket has 1 extra life. That's always what... No, well, not always. Oh, you prefer... yeah, alliteration's good. It's got a nice ring to it. I like it. Yeah, the thing is, like, I have no problem. Just to kind of speak to your earlier stuff, I have no problem with people like expressing discontent about the patch, and I expect people to. I'm not content with it either, but I'm also like, we don't want that to be the whole focus of the stream, you know? Like, there's still games going on, we can still enjoy them. Like, game 1 of this first series was freaking sick. That was super cool, and that's something I haven't seen a game like that since Wings of Liberty, or since Heart of the Swarm. I'm not sure, but like, that is the kind of game that you just don't see in Legacy of the Void. And if we get that game even 1 in 20, that would actually be very frequent to get it 1 in 20. Even 1 in 50. Actually, would 1 in 50 be enough for me? Maybe. 1 in 50 would be enough. My mom repeats the "not my monkey" endlessly. Are you my mom? I mean, maybe. But funnily enough, I actually did. My coworker was talking about kids. Like, she was talking about, like, dealing with her kids and dealing with other people's kids. Proxy Stargate. Christianer's busting out all the dirt. He did open up Gate Nexus. But yeah, no, I think that if we get games like that, as long as it doesn't ruin the macro games, and as long as we're not adding, you know, 5 hours onto a tournament broadcast, spoiler alert, we won't. It's going to be a total of maybe like 20 minutes with the lower worker start. Like, that's not going to be crazy. I think it's worth it. Wardy was saying earlier today, I tuned into his stream for just a little bit. He was saying that he thinks that they'll have to cut down the length of series. Like, best of 3s will have to become best of 1s, and best of 5s will have to become best of 3s. And that's just wildly incorrect. That's just not even close to the case. I just don't see that being a thing. Certainly not because of the worker start at any rate. 4 SCVs go down. Oh, does he get the recall off? It's going to be close. Just barely. 1 tick remaining. No, hey, you can... It's okay to express frustrations. It's just, yeah, it's... I think if we're a month or 2 into this patch and there's been no change whatsoever, then we start getting pitchforky, you know, and I think that's pretty justified. But like, I'm on your side. I think that Zerg is overtuned right now. He's just exaggerating because he doesn't like the patch. I don't even think 3 minutes longer is really accurate. It basically, what it's added to the benchmark timings is like 45 seconds. It is a very short amount of time. Like, it's not a lot. Christianer going 4-gate blink after this. He will just pay the gateway tax up front, 100 minerals, 100 gas, to get all 4 gates online right away, and now get access to those fast warp-ins. I mean, think of it this way. If he wanted to warp in quickly, he would either have to A, proxy a gateway alongside this, or B, build a robo facility. Robo facility is more than 100 minerals, 100 gas. And a gateway, it's slightly less, but if that gets taken out, you lose that. Yes, the pylon is exposed, but there's not really exposure for any of these gates. This is a lot of stalkers, by the way. Stim is very fast, though, out of here, Marine. The mineral redistribution is the bigger change, yeah. And to be honest, I think that... I don't know what to think about that. That one's such a big change. It's such a huge change. Oh. Oh, the stasis! Oh, Christianer! Weird blink forward on the lowest HP Stalker, but a very nice move out of Christianer, encasing all of these units. He says, I don't care if Protoss is supposed to be weak. Polish Protoss power. Oh, the restasis! The restasis! He gets it, only partially, but it was very nice still. That actually does body block a lot of these SCVs, keeping them out of the fight. Stasis getting scanned for, but there's none behind it. Christianer. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Look at him go. First two medevacs are out. This is a very committed attack, but there is a third Nexus behind it, and Christianer is building probes while winning the fight. Holy moly. The rumors of Protoss demise may have been greatly exaggerated. 4 more gates in production. Charge on the way. Christianer continuing to pick off units where he can. That was expensive, but my God, was it ever worth it. Oh, nice hot pickup on the Marauder. Very clean from Hero Marine. I don't even know how he knew what was being targeted. Must have felt it through the force. That's crazy. I mean, I think the community is crazy toxic towards Wardy. Yeah, I think that was completely uncalled for. But I also... I mean, let's be real. Threatening to quit over the patch before seeing anything, it's not a great look either. We gotta be... We gotta look at it from both sides. Similar to how it can simultaneously be true that Zerg needed a buff and the buff was too big, and Protoss needed a nerf and the nerf was too big. Oh, we are going to see a double drop on the other side of the map. Both sides can be wrong. Now, one is a lot more wrong than the other, in my opinion. But, like, I understand Wardy's frustrations is what I mean. But, yeah, I think you get what I'm saying. We are going to see the recall getting both of these medevacs and all of their payloads. Christianer so far up in workers. This game is completely out of reach now for Big Gabe. Christianer's like, oh, you didn't like Protoss economy before? Relatively speaking? Well. Yeah. I'm going to get an even bigger eco lead. I'm going to build even more zealots. Oh, he'll kill the natural command center. Hero Marine now on just one base. 40 worker lead. Sheesh. Christianer literally just needs to make units and chill. Oh, misplaced Nexus. Caught in 4K. Slowly take TV drama? Wait, what? Oh, was it something to do with the patch, or... Ah. Okay, there's the full lift into the medevacs. This is a very unpleasant situation. A lot of gates going to get depowered immediately. Oh my God, please click down that last pylon. 6 gates, 7 gates depowered. But Christianer's got too much. Archon's on top of this, even with a fraction of his production online. GG is going to be called. Well done. Christianer takes the game and the series. I don't know if the mic even can pick that up. It's so quiet. I can barely hear it. But well done from Cristiano. What a showing from him. He doesn't give any hoots about no patch. Gotta run back that... Where was the stasis? This... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This has made me very excited for TVP at Home Story Cup. God, that was such a huge stasis. Literally game-winning. Absolutely insane. Okay, we're going to wrap things up pretty soon. Ah. Oh, did somebody score? Oh, today at 9 p.m. Oh, it's Germany, right? Germany, Paraguay? Paraguay scored. Wow. That's crazy. Paraguay's up 1-0, and the live win probability is apparently 64%. Still in favor of Germany. That's insane. That's crazy. Paraguay knocking out Germany would be an insane result. Not over yet? That's true. That's true. Hey, there's a lot of time. A lot of time. Well, I think, yeah, I think the bigger thing, RW, is that, just respond to the YouTube chat there. I think the bigger issue is, ZVP. I think right now Protoss seems to be struggling a lot in ZVP. I wonder if the answer is to just maybe just revert Storm to the previous version where it was like kind of busto, you know? I don't know. Or like buff it. Like make it so that it does feel like Protoss is more impactful. I would actually be okay with them doing something similar to what they did with Ghost Snipe, where they actually increased the cost of energy for Storm. Like, maybe make it like... Maybe give Protoss a Kaidaran Amulet upgrade. Give them... But, like, make Storm, like, 100 energy. I don't know. Not sure. No, please, no, not that. Oh, we just got a replay pack of the Doyu Cup. Oh, baby. Oh, we're about to feast. We're about to feast. I know what I'm streaming tomorrow. The Doyu Cup. And your energy overcharge is basically Kaidaran. That is true. That is true. But But it does cost energy. It's only on one target. What I'm describing right now is like basically instead of allowing Protoss to kind of keep pace with Zerg economy for so much of the game and actually kind of have a better economy, you instead go the other direction, and it's more of a I'm trying to think. Like, it genuinely is more of a, yes, their units are stronger. Last time we had Old Storm energy recharge, gave 100 energy, give us Old Storm, keep 50 energy recharge, and make it 60 seconds again instead of the current 45. Maybe? Yeah, I never felt like Storm was the problem before. I've been thinking about it, and I would actually be okay with keeping Zerg economy the same way that it is, maybe even buffing it more, but like remove lurkers. Like, imagine that. Imagine something to the effect where like Zerg is now a swarm race, period. It is just a swarm race. And that, like, you always have to get surrounds. You always have to be fighting aggressively. Now, the thing about that would really suck for, like, Cyril. I don't know. It's things to think about. These are just my thoughts. I'm not saying they're good ideas. I'm not saying I would commit to them. They're just thoughts. All right, we're going to rate up Roddy. It looks like he has continued to stream. Yeah, he's going to take a little break, but he will be continuing. The past meta was terrible for Zerg. Yeah. All right. Expect some more upgrades to stream. Once again, thank you very much to Rotterdam for putting on this tournament us alongside Roddy and Rexy. Rextor. Huge thank you. And I do want to make it clear as well, because I didn't say this, and I think it's important to be explicit. I do appreciate everything Wardy does for the scene. It's huge. It's huge. And anyone who doesn't is ridiculous, because he's done a lot. A lot. Any of Steadfast's thoughts that incidentally get implemented, we blame Steadfast for indefinitely. Isn't that how it works? Absolutely. Absolutely. There have been a couple of specific things that I've said on my stream that, like, I don't know if anyone else said, and they've, like, made it into patches, and I'm like, do I actually have some influence that I don't know about? Like, legitimately? Like it's literally just me talking. Yeah, exactly. That's it, Aldebaran. Yeah, it's, both are true. Both are true. But it's like, it happens. We all have emotional responses. I've had emotional responses. I'm going to continue to. Anyone who cares about stuff is going to have emotional responses. We can simultaneously do better and also not be held, like, yeah, to, like, an insane standard for them. Anyways, that's going to do it for me. Raid's going to go off in, like, 10 seconds. Bye-bye. Thank you very much for tuning in. Saying a special thank you to Roddy. And stay safe. I will probably be back